Welcome to the 10-day reading boot camp. This is level 1, lessons 1 through 5. We're going to cover consonant and short vowel sound. So our first lesson, we start with these sounds because they are easy to hold, which makes it easier to blend. So this sound is and we will cover capital and lowercase letters. F, Now notice we don't pronounce them with an exaggerated vowel sound. We don't say m or f or l. That's confusing because we don't always have an sound as the next sound. So try to have the pure sound with nothing added after. This one is n, We're going to learn the short I and short A sounds. Now, all the vowels, which are sounds you can say with your mouth open, basically, vowels have many sounds, but we are going to just learn one sound for each of these vowels right now. I, 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 ah, 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 ah. Now in the Leapfrog Talking Letter Factory video, which I highly recommend for little kids learning their sounds for the first time, they teach this sound by having the monster jump out and saying wooga wooga, and the kids go ah! And so the Talking Letter Factory is a great way to learn the beginning of the short vowel and consonant sounds for little kids. Even kids as young as 3 or 4, if they watch that video every day for a week or 2, they will probably know most of them. I, ah, I, ah, I. We're going to review the sounds from day 1 as our first part of lesson 2. If you get most of these wrong, please go back and do day 1 again. So you want to be able to get most of these correct before moving on. F, ul, n, r, ah, I, f, n, ul, ah, I, ah. Now we're going to try to blend them into some 2-letter words. This is often a difficult skill that can take weeks or months for beginner readers to get the hang of. So we're going to hold the vowel sound and exaggerate it, and we will say it slow, and then we will say it fast. In. Now say it fast. In. An. If. In. In. If. Now notice how I move the arrow along with it. It is fine to put your finger under the letters and move them along as you say the sounds. An. If. An. In. Now let's try some 2 and 3 letter words. An. Fan. Now say it fast. Fan. And man. For a beginner reader, it's often easier to exaggerate. Hold all the sounds, do it slowly, and then say it fast. And man. Notice the difference between that and doing with the gap between the sounds. That's much harder for beginners to blend. So hold the sounds as best as you can to say it slowly, then say it fast. An. Ran. In. In. Fin. Here we have a phrase. An. Man. An. Ran. Man. Ran. For our vowels, we're doing the short sound, which is the only one we've learned so far. A, I, F, N, A, I, A. Here are 2 new consonants. Now these ones are not hard to say, but they are sounds that you can't hold. Like the sound you can hold when reading a word slowly. These ones you can't really do it. That's why we start with the sounds that we did in lesson 1 to make it easier to hold. T, 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 k. Now don't say k, say k. Try to have just the consonant sound without any vowel sounds added. K, 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 t, k, t, k. Here are 2 more. D, 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 p, p, d, d. Now let's try some 2-letter words. Once again, we will say it slowly and then say it fast. Add, add. In. It's fine to go ahead and move your finger as you say each sound. An. If. An. If. Add. In. Add. In. Add. if. Now, if you're finding that your beginner reader has a hard time blending the sounds, try having them practice by you saying a sound, but don't give them anything to look at. For example, if I said dog, dog, you could try another one, and see if they can repeat it slowly and say it fast and recognize the word pen. If they can't do this just by hearing without having something to look at, your reader may need more practice with that before moving on to adding letters to look at. Let's try some 3-letter words. P, add, p, add, pad, add, add, dad, dad, p, in, pin. For lessons 4, let's review the sounds from day 3. K, t, t, d, d, p, k, p, t, d, k, t, d, p, k. We're going to learn 2 more short vowel sounds. This one is eh. Think of an old man who can't hear you and he says eh, 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 eh. This one is ah, 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 eh, eh, ah, eh, ah. Let's use these new sounds to practice with some short words. Once again, we will say them slowly and then say them fast. On, on, don. Notice the capital letter. That's because this is a name. In, in, tin, in, pin, in, fin, at, pet, at, let, at, net. Let's try some phrases. At, pet, in, net, net, pet in net, pet in net, in, on, pet, pin on pet, in, fin, on, pet, pet, fin on pet. Here are some more. At, pet, in, in, pet in tin, pet in tin, in, pin, in, in, pin in fin, pin in fin, at, let, man, on, pet. Here we're going to practice all the short vowel sounds after we learn our final short vowel sound. Now let's practice all 5 short vowel sounds. A, I, A, E, A, E, Here are some more sounds. The green is a reminder to me to tell you something about the sound. This one is B, 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 B. This letter has two sounds. The first is S, and the second is Z. Every time we use this letter in this lesson, it will have its first sound of S, which is the most common. We won't deal with the Z sound until later, but I will just remind you when we get to it that there are two sounds, S and Z. So when I point to it, do both sounds. But remember, when we're reading words in this lesson, we will only use the first sound. S, Z, S, Z. Now, when you see two S's together, it always says S. It doesn't say S, S. You don't need to do the sound twice. You just do it once. S, S, Z. This letter has two sounds. The first one is G, and the second is J. In this lesson, we will only use the G sound. But for now, when I point to it, do both sounds. And always do it in this order, because the first sound is the one that is used the most often. G, J. G, J. G, J. G, J. G, J. Let's practice our sounds from day 1 and 3. F, L, M, N, K, T, D, P, F, N, L, M, T. Let's practice with some short U words. So the short U sound is And all of these words, we're going to use the G sound. Bug, bug, ug, lug, ug, mug, ug, rug, dug, fun, run. Now remember, this letter has two sounds, but at the beginning of the word, we always use the S sound. So that's what we will use here. Sun, bun. Let's practice with some short A words with the A sound. Once again, at the end of a word, this letter says G, and at the beginning of a word, this one uses the S sound. Ag, bag, lag, lag, ag, rag, ag, tag, sag, sag, add, pad, add, bad, add, sad, add, mad. Welcome back to lessons 6 through 10 for level 1. First, we're going to review the sounds from days 3 and 5. The green is just a reminder to me of something I want to tell you. B. This letter has two sounds. Most of the time it says S, but sometimes, especially at the end of a word, it says Z. So when we do this letter, do both sounds. S, Z. This letter also has two sounds. G, J. T, G, J. B. We're going to do the short vowel sound. B, P, d, s, z. Two S's always have one sound of s. T, d, k. This letter also has a second sound, but we will cover that in a later video. Now we're going to practice some words with the short E sound of eh. We're going to sound them out slowly and then say them fast. Let, let, met, met, net, net, ten, ten, pen, pen. We're going to use the first sound of G for this one. G, g, at, get, p, at, pet, met, met, ref, ref. Now we're going to do some words with the short I sound of I. It, 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 lit, it, pit. We're going to use the first sound, s, it, sit, it, mit. Notice that even though we have two T's, we only say the t sound once. B, it, bit, b, in, bin, p, in, pin, l, int, lint. Now we will do the short O sound of ah in these words. On, p, and, pond, d, all, doll. Two S's always have the sound of s. Floss, floss, gloss, gloss, loss, loss, in, bin, in, pin, int, lint. Now, beginner readers often have trouble with longer words with more sounds because they forget what they already read. That's fine. If that's the case, just stick with 2- and 3-letter words for now. Let's try some phrases. All, doll, in, pond, pond. Doll in pond. Man, man, on, at, pet. Man on pet. It's okay to use your finger to trace below the word as you read each sound. At, pet, in, b, in, bin, on, dog, dog. The G always uses the g sound at the end of a word. Here we have some new sounds. V, 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 k, 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 k. C and K together have the sound of k as well. K, 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 k. Let's practice some short words with these new sounds. At, am, ham, and hand, at, that, an, van, add, had, at, that, at, mat, an, van, add, had, add, mad, am, ham. Let's try some more words. Duck. Remember, C and K together make one sound of k. Duck. Muck. Muck. Luck. Luck. Puck. Dock. Dock. Lock. Rock. Sock. Rocks. Remember, C and K together have one sound of k. Rack. Kit. Tack. Sack. Hack. Sick. Kin. Kin means a relative. Kid. Peck. Neck. Here we're going to use the first sound of S. Necks. Deck. Pig. Lick. Rug. Bug. Dug. Dock. Let's review some short vowel sounds. I, ah, I, Now we're going to review days 5 and 6 sounds. B, S, Z, B. Two S's together just have one sound. S, H, K, G, J. S, G, J. V, G, J. K, B, K. Here are two new sounds. W, 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 W. Now the letter X has two sounds. The one that is used most of the time is X, like the letter C or a K with an S. At the beginning of a word, it can sound like z. So we will practice both sounds, but until I tell otherwise, I always use the x sound. X, z, x, z, x, z. And when I say always use the x sound, I mean when reading a word. X, z, x, z, x, z, w, w, x, z, w. Let's practice some short words. W, ag, wag. Remember, G always uses its first sound of g at the end of a word. Et, wet. Eb, web. Ent, went. Ig, wig. Remember, G uses the g sound at the end of a word. In, win. We're going to use the x sound for all these words with the letter X. Axe, axe. Ox, ox. X, X. Ox, box. Ox, fox. Ix, fix. Ix, six. Ax, wax. Ix, mix. Let's try some phrases. Ox, fox. In, box, box. Fox in box. Axe, wax. On, ox, fox. Wax on fox. Pet, pet. Ox, fox. And dog, dog. Pet, fox, and dog. Let's practice some words with the short A sound of a. At, at, fat. Flat, flat. At, bat. At, mat. Rag, rag. Ag, bag. Ag, lag. Ag, tag. Notice the G always uses its first sound of g at the end of a word. Let's practice with some short E words. Short E has the E sound. Now, although S has two sounds, S and Z, at the beginning of a word, it always uses its S sound. So that's what we will use. Bet, let, get, set, ed, ted, ed, bed, ed, led, egg, leg, ned, ned. Notice how for sounds that can be held, I hold it like ned, ned. This makes it easier to blend rather than doing d with the gap in between. So if you can hold the sounds, which you can't do for all of them, but for the sounds that can be held, try holding them when you say it slowly to make it easier to figure out how to say it fast. Let's try short I words. I, p, ig, pig. Remember, G at the end of a word always uses its G sound. B, ig, big. F, ig, fig. D, ig, dig. G, ig, gig. R, ig, rig. H, it, hit. S, it, sit. B, it, bit. Let's practice some short O words. Short O has the sound of ah, og, log. Remember that G always uses its first sound of G at the end of a word. Og, fog. D, og, dog. P, og, pog. Og, hog. Remember that CK together has one sound of K. Ok, rock. S always uses the sound of S at the beginning of a word. Ok, sock. D, ok, dock. Ok, lock. Short U has the sound of Remember, at the end of a word, G will use its first sound of G. CK together have the sound of K. B, ug, bug. Ug, lug. D, ug, dug. Ug, rug. Uck, luck. Uck, puck. D, uck, duck. T, tub. Mud, mud. Let's review the sounds from lessons 6 and 7. W. Remember, the letter X has two sounds. Most of the time it's X, but at the beginning of a word it says Z. X, Z. W. V. X, Z. V. K. H. V. X, Z. Here are some new sounds. J, 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 j. Now right here we have two blends. That just means two consonants put together. St, 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 st. Pr, 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 pr. Let's practice some short words. Job, job. Jog. Remember, G uses its first sound of G at the end of a word. Jab, jab. Jag, jag. Jug, jug. St, ab, stab. Stag, stag. A stag is like a deer. Stem, stem. Step, step. Top, top. Stop, stop. Stud, stud. Stun, stun. Prep, prep. Prod, prod. Here are some phrases. Sick, sick, fox, fox, in, box, box. Sick, fox, in, box. Stop, stop, dog, dog, and cat, cat. Stop, dog, and cat. Pick, pick, up, dog, dog. Pick up, dog. Pig, pig, on, steps, steps. Pig on steps. Log, log, on, big, big, pig, pig. Log on big pig. Cat, cat, in, box, box, on, step, step. Cat in, box, on, step. Here are two new sounds. If there's a Q, there is almost always a U after it in English spelling. Together, they make one sound of qu, which sounds like the letter K followed by the W. So QU is qu, 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 qu. Z, 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 qu, z, z, qu. Let's practice some words with these. Remember, Q and U together have one sound, and the same with C and K. Quick, quick, quid, quid, quiz, quiz, quit, quit, quilt, quilt, zip, zip, zed, zed, zig, zig. Let's review the sounds from lessons 7 and 8. St, st, per, j, st, per, w, j, w, j, x, z, w, x, z. The letter Y has many sounds. The first one we are going to learn is the Y sound, which is the consonant sound. The other sounds are all vowel sounds, but we're not going to cover them yet. So the consonant sound of Y, 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 ep, yep, Y, ap, yap, Y, s, yes, Y, at, yet, Y, up, yup. Let's practice some short words. All these words that start with an S will use the first sound of S, which is S. Sip, sip, sap, sap, and sand, up, pop, up, pup, in, int, at, hat. Let's practice some phrases. You can either pause the video before each phrase and do one at a time, or pause the video and do all of them and then come back to see how you did. At, cat, sits, on, steps. At, sits, on, steps. Dog, pets, red, fox. Remember, X uses its first sound of X almost all the time. Dog, pets, red, fox. At, rat, picks, up, red, bug. Rat picks up red bug. Big, bug. On, red, deck. Big bug on red deck. Ten, red, cats on bed. 10 red cats on bed. 10 men in box. 10 men in box. If this is all easy, you're ready for level 2. If you're still struggling, you may need to redo some of the lessons. Also, you can find on Don Potter's website a free phonics book called Word Mastery. I would recommend going through pages 1 through 33 of Word Mastery for more practice before moving on to level 2. Welcome to level 2, lesson 1, where we're going to first review the sounds from level 1. So first, let's review our level 1 sounds. We are only concerned about the short vowel sounds here. A, I, B, F, D, K. We've learned 2 sounds, G and J, but all the words we're using so far use the hard G sound of G. Ul, N, S, Z. J, N, P, K, M, V, Qu. The Q and the U are together because English words always have a U after a Q. T, W, X says X most of the time, but at the beginning of a word, it can say Z. Z. We're only concerned about the consonant sound of Y at this point. Y. G, J. S, Z. 2 S's together always say S. St. Per. C and K together say K. Let's practice some words with the short A sound of A. We will say them slowly, and then we will say it fast. For sounds that we can hold, we will hold the sound to make it easier to blend. Add, 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 bad, add, had, add, mad, add, dad, add, rad, add, fad, at, hat, at, mat. S at the beginning of a word always uses the S sound. S, at, sat, at, cat. Let's try some short E words with the sound of E. Led, led, ed, bed, ed, fed. This is a name, that's why it has a capital letter. Ed, Ted, at, pet, at, met. S always uses its first sound of S at the beginning of a word. Set, set, at, bet. We're going to use the hard G or first sound of G, G, in this word. G, at, get, at, pet, net, net. It's okay to run your finger below the letters as you sound it out. At, let. Short I has the sound of I. Id, lid, id, hid, id, rid, id, bid, it. Two T's still have one sound of T. It, mit, it, pit, it, lit, in, kin. Kin means a relative. In, pin, in, win, in, fin. The short O sound is ah. In all of these words, we are going to use the first sound of X, which is used most of the time. That sound is X. In all of the words with G, we will use the hard G sound of G. Ox, 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 fox, ox, box, ox, pox, og, hog, og, dog, rock, rock, sock, sock, lot, lot, dot, dot, not, not, pot, pot. And now finally we have our short U words. Short U is the sound, like in under and umbrella. Again, we will use the hard G sound of G in these words, and C and K together have one sound of K. Ugh, dug, ugh, bug, ugh, rug, ug, pug, ug, lug, ug, mug, ug, hug, ug, tug, uck, luck, nut, cut, and finally rut. Welcome back to Level 2, Lesson 2. We're going to start learning the long vowel sounds. So let's practice our short A sound, which we've already done before. That's ah, 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 ah. Now, vowel sounds also have their long sounds. Their long sounds are the same as their names. So the long sound of this is A, 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 A. So let's do both sounds now. First the short sound, then the long sound. A, 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 A. Now, why do we do the short sound first? Well, because we use it in more words. So we want to do the sounds in the order of how common they are. So let's try our short E sound. Eh, 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 eh. And our long E sound, which is the same as the name of this letter. So E, 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 E. Now let's do both sounds. The short sound first, because we use that more often, then the long sound. Eh, E. Eh, E. Eh, E. Eh, E. Now our short I sound. I, 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 I. Our long I sound, which is the name of the vowel. I. Now our short sound, then our long sound. I, I. I, I. I, I. I, I. Now we have our short and our long O sounds. Short sound. Ah, 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 ah. Our long O sound. O, 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 O. Both sounds. We will do the short sound first. Ah, O. Ah, O. Ah, O. Ah, O. And finally, we have our short and long U. Short sound of U. Uh. Now, what's different about the letter U is it has two long sounds. The first one is the name of the letter, U. The other one is the OO sound. And it has two long sounds because trying to say U is very difficult after certain letters. So there are rules about which sound to try when, but generally people can figure them out on their own and do pretty well. So try the U sound, and if it's too hard to say, switch to the OO sound and you'll probably be correct. U, OO. U, OO. U, OO. U, OO. Let's try all three sounds. First the short sound, then the two long U sounds. U, OO. U, OO. U, OO. And finally, U, OO. In Lesson 3, we will learn how to use these long sounds to read words that are often called sight words. Oh, but before we get to that, we are going to practice all our vowel sounds. So first we will do the short sounds again. A, I, Now our long sounds. A, E, I, O. Don't forget this one has two long sounds. U, oo. Let's practice both sounds. We will do the short sound first. A, E, I, O, U, oo. This is level 2, lessons 3 and 4, and we're going to learn about long vowels. So let's review our long vowel sounds. The long vowel sounds are the same as the name of the vowels, except for the letter U, which has two long vowel sounds. I, E, U, oo. A, O, E, I, A, O, U, oo. E, A, I, A, I. Now you might wonder, why does the letter U have two long sounds? Well, the sound U is very difficult to say after certain letters. So if it's hard to say it, switch to oo. Let's try some words. Now all these words end in a vowel, and we are going to use the long vowel sound. I, hi. Now notice we sound it out slowly, and then we say it fast, and it's okay to run your finger below the sounds as you do it. E, he. A, w, e, we. M, e, me. I, g, o, go. N, o, no. B, e, be. F, l, oo, flew. Now here we use the oo sound because saying U after the letter L is too hard to do, because that would sound like flew, and that's very difficult. So we use the oo sound. Flew. I, A. Let's try some nonsense syllables. So we're going to use the long sound, because when a syllable ends in a vowel, it often uses the long sound. So that's the one we try first. And for each of these syllables with the letter U, we're going to try it with both sounds. And sometimes we will be able to say it both ways, and sometimes the only way we will be able to say it easily will be with the oo. Bay, bee, by, bow, bew, boo. Day, D, die, doe. Dew, that's hard to say, do. Now, if you still need to sound it out slowly like d, a, day, that's fine. Keep doing that, and over time you will get faster. Fay, fee, fi, fo, few, foo. Let's try that with some more sounds. Hey, he, hi, ho, hew, who. J, G, jai, joe, jew, Jew. K, key, kai, ko, Q, coo. Let's try some sentences. A, k, at, cat. Now, S has two sounds, S and Z, but we always use the S sound at the beginning of a word. Sat, sat. A cat sat. A red, red. Dog, dog. Sits, sits. A red dog sits. Here we're going to use the hard G sound of G. Big, big. Red, red. Rat, rat. Sat, sat. A big red rat sat. Before we go on to lesson 4, think about how you did for lesson 3. If that was difficult, please repeat the lesson until you can get most of them correct. We are going to practice our nonsense syllables first. Remember that U has two long sounds, U and U. And sometimes the U sound is too hard to say. And so we use the OO sound. Sometimes the letter before it allows us to say it either way. But we will try pronouncing it both ways, and as you practice, you will notice that which ones are too hard to say. So these syllables all end in a vowel, so we are going to use the vowels long sounds. Lay, lee, lie, low, lu. That's too hard to say. Lu. May. Me. My. Mo. Mew. Moo. That one we can say either way. Nay. Knee. Nigh. No. New. Oh, that's very hard to say. New. That one we could say. Let's practice some more nonsense syllables. Pay, pea, pie, po, pew, poo. That one we can say both ways. Remember that Q is always followed by a U in English, so it's often easier to think of this as like one letter with the sound of qu. Quay, qui, quai, quo. Oh, this should be a U here. Quo. Ray, re, rye, row, rue. That's too hard to say. Rue. Remember that the letter S has two sounds, S and Z. We always use the unvoiced S sound at the beginning of a word. Say, see, sigh, so, sue. That's too hard to say. Sue. Tay, tea, tie, toe, tew, two. Vey, v, vi, vo, view, voo. Now you might wonder, why are we practicing these nonsense syllables? Well, for one thing, it helps us to practice without guessing. Because if you know that most of the syllables aren't even words, you're not going to try to guess. You will have to sound it out. Also, being able to read syllables will help much later when we get to very long words. Way, we, why, woe, you, I can't even say that, woo, yay, ye, yai, yo, you, zay, z, zai, zo, zu, that's too hard to say, zoo. Let's practice with some sentences. A, red, red. B, at, bat. B, it, bit. Oh, this syllable ends in a vowel, so we will try the long sound. Me. A red bat bit me. A, big, big, at, cat. We always use the unvoiced s sound at the beginning of a word with S. Sat, sat, up. A big cat sat up. Now, one thing I would like to point out is when we are speaking or reading out loud, often the word a turns into the word a. A big red cat sat up. E, he. So our syllable ends in a vowel. So we try the long sound. Sat, sat, in a big cup. He sat in a big cup. And 3 more sentences. A rat, rat, had a big, big hat. A rat had a big hat. A rat, sat on a mat. A rat sat on a mat. A dog, it bit a sad cat. A dog bit a sad cat. Today we're going to learn about silent E. So right here we have some words using our short vowel sound that we've learned. At, at, cat, at, pat. Now, if you have at the end of a word an E with a consonant, so a vowel, then a consonant, then an E, the E can be what's called a silent E, or some people call it the magic E. Now, the silent E has a special superpower. It can make the vowel 2 letters before it have its long sound. So right here, we just have the short A sound of at. But this right here is a silent E, and it makes the short sound turn into a long sound. So instead of a, we have the long A sound of A. And if you don't know your long vowel sounds, please go back to the beginning of level 2 to learn those. So instead of a, we're going to have A. And this E doesn't make its own sound. All it does is change the vowel to the long sound. So this will be 8. So this E changes the vowel to the long sound, but it does not make a sound itself. That's why it's called the silent E. So right here we have k, at, and here we have a name. That's why it has a capital letter. We have an E, so we have a vowel, consonant, then an E. So this is a silent E. It's going to make this A have what sound? The long A sound of A. So this will be k, 8, Kate. Does this E make a sound itself? No, it does not. That's why it's the silent E. All it does is change the vowel 2 letters before it to have the long vowel sound. So here we have p, at, pat. We come down here. Oh, I see this word pat here, but there's an E on the end. It's a silent E. So it's going to make this A take its long A sound. So this will say A now. P, 8, pate. And pate means your head. Let's practice some more. So this time, instead of reading across, we will go down. So the first row will have the short vowel sounds like we're used to. The second row will have silent E's. Oh, this one's a mistake, so we're going to skip this one. Okay, so short vowel sound, ah. So at, hat. And it's okay to run your finger below the letters if you need to. We come down here. There's an E at the end. We go back 2 letters before it. This vowel is going to take on its long sound, which is A. So we have ate, hate. We're going to skip this one because I did not type that correctly. Right here we have al, al. This is a name. That's why it's a capital letter. Come down here, we see it ends in an E. We'll look back 2 letters before it. So this vowel will have its long sound of A. Ale, ale. Ale is like beer. Let's practice some more. Some of these are real words and some are nonsense words. So if you don't know what it means, that's fine. We could still sound it out. So once again, the first row is going to use the short vowel sounds like we're used to. And the second row will use the silent E to make the A's have the long A sound. D, at, dat. D, ate, date. L, at, lat. L, ate, late. Add, rad. Aid, raid. Now, if you have a student who is really struggling with this, you may need to write the words down and have them circle the silent E at the end and maybe even draw an arrow over to the previous letter. Let's practice some more silent E words. K, ave, cave. Here we have a name, so it has a capital letter. D, ave, Dave. G, ave, gave. Now S has 2 sounds, S and Z, but so far we have only used the unvoiced S sound. And S always uses the S sound at the beginning of a word. Save, save. C also has 2 sounds, but we've only used the K sound so far. The other sound will be covered in another lesson. Brave, brave. Rave, rave. This S is going to use the S sound. Ace, case. Aid, made. Ace, base. Save, save. Os, dose. See, the silent E doesn't care what the vowel sounds. It works with O as well as A, and it works with E, I, and U as well. Ode, road. Let's practice some sentences. Remember, if a syllable ends in a vowel or the word ends in a vowel, at this point we are going to use the vowel's long sound, A. Although sometimes when we're in a rush, we wind up saying A, k, at, cat, sat, sat, in a cave. A cat sat in a cave. A rat, rat, rode, rode, on a dog, dog. A rat rode on a dog. A pig, pig, sat, on a vase, sat on a base. Once again, for these words that end in a vowel sound other than a silent E, we will use the vowels long sound. E, he, ave, gave, e, me, a, cat. He gave me a cat. I gave him a dog. I gave him a dog. A dog, gave me a rat. A dog gave me a rat. If you need more practice with silent E before going on to lesson 6, please redo this lesson until it is easy. If you go to Don Potter's website, you can also download the free book Word Mastery, where you can practice silent E words on pages 34 through 40. We're doing lessons 6 and 7 of level 2, where we're going to learn the sounds of CH, SH, and review the silent E. So let's review our short and long vowel sounds. A, I, Now the long sounds. A, E, I, O, and the letter U has 2. The first one is U, just like the name of the letter, but that is often too hard to say after certain other sounds, in which case the sound is OO. So let's try both sounds. The short sound, then the long sound. A, E, I, O, U, Oo. If you still find this hard, please go back and redo previous lessons. Don't move on until you can do this easily. Likewise, don't move on to this lesson until you have already started to get the hang of silent E from lesson 5. Remember, silent E comes at the end of a word, and you look back 2 letters before it, and it makes the vowel take its long sound. So this silent E will make the A have its long sound of A. And the E itself does not say anything. So the E, all it does is change the short vowel to a long vowel sound. So this will be 8. Here we have a silent E. Date. It's okay to run your finger below the words if you need to. Ate, late. Ate, rate. Aid, fade. Ode, code. I'd, hide. I'd, ride. Make sure to sound it out smoothly, even when you do it slowly. Don't do I-d with gaps in the sound. That makes it harder to speed it up. Try it like this. Ride, ride. Jade, jade. 5, 5. Pave. Wave. Once again, if you find this hard, please go back to lesson 5. All right, now we're going to try a mix of words. We will have words with a vowel in the middle using the short sound, and then a similar word where a silent E is at the end to change the vowel from its short sound to its long sound. 4 words with the letter U for the long sound. Do the U sound if it's easy to say. If it's hard to say, switch to OO. So here we have a vowel in the middle, so we will use the short sound. K, cub. Here we have the silent E, so this U will have the long U sound. K, cube. Tub. Tube. Notice in cube, we can do the k, u, we can do the U sound, but to do tube is hard to say, so we switch from U to oo. Tube. Add, fad. Aid, fade. Id, hid. I'd, hide. Odd, rod. Ode, road. Life. Wife. Fife. Fife is a type of flute. Ache, lake. Ache, bake. Ache, fake. Ache, rake. Oak, joke. Oak, yoke. Yoke means to use some equipment to link animals together so they can work together to plow a field. The spelling for an egg yolk is different. Oak, woke. Ache, make. Oak, Coke. This word has a capital C because it's a brand of soda. Ache, cake. Aches, cakes. So we still have the silent E making the A take its long sound, but it's not at the end of a word because we have added the S to indicate that there is more than one cake. Ache, make. Aches, makes. This S here does not stop the silent E from doing its job to make the A say its name. This S doesn't make the word plural because make is a verb. So make and makes are two different forms of the verb. So I just want you to notice that a silent E, while it is usually at the end of a word, there can be a suffix or a special ending after it. Ache, rake. Aches, rakes. Ike, like. Ache, fake. Let's try some sentences. Remember that words ending in a vowel at this point in our program will use the vowel's long sound, although the word A, when we are speaking quickly, often turns into a muffled sound. A dog, dog. Add, had. A ate, date. A dog had a date. A bat, bat. Made, made. Ache, cake. A bat made a cake. A cat, cat. Ate, ate. A red, red. Ache, cake. A cat ate a red cake. A dog, dog. Made, made. A kite, kite. A dog made a kite. A pig, pig. S has two sounds, S and Z. It always uses the S sound at the beginning of a word. At, sat, on, a rake, rake. A pig sat on a rake. A sick, sick. At, cat, sits, sits. A sick cat sits. Remember, do not move on to lesson 7 until you can get most of the words in lesson 6 right. If this takes multiple days, that's fine. Let's start lesson 7 with reviewing some words that are actually phonetic, but that schools like to call sight words. So these are not actually sight words because every one of these words can be sounded out using the rule that the vowel at the end of a word uses its long sound. A, I. Notice I is always capitalized. B, E, B. E, he. W, E, we. M, E, me. S, o, so. No, no. G, o, go. Here are some new sounds. CH has 3 sounds. The most common one is ch. Repeat that, ch. The second sound, which is used in words that originally came from Greek, is k, like in the word school. The third sound, which is much less common in English, is sh, which comes from French words like chef. So when I point to CH, do the 3 sounds and always do them in this order. Ch, k, sh. The reason we do it in that order is we want to remember the one used the most first. So we do them in the order of how frequently they are used. So when I point, do all 3 sounds. Ch, k, sh. Ch, k, sh. Ch, k, sh. Ch, k, sh. The letter SH also has 1 sound. Sh. So CH can do that sound, but SH will always do that sound. These letter combinations are called digraphs. Graph is from a root that means to write things down. And the die part means there are 2. So there are 2 letters used to represent 1 sound. This is because English only has 26 letters, but we have far more than 26 sounds. So we need to use combinations of letters to represent sounds. So think of SH and CH as letters that are glued together. So SH always says sh, 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 sh. Remember, when I point to the CH, do all 3 sounds in the correct order. Ch, k, sh, 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 ch, k, sh, sh, ch, ch, k, sh, ch, k, sh, 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 ch, k, sh, sh. Let's practice some words with the first sound of CH, which is ch. This is by far the most common sound of CH. So when you get to a word, you always want to try it with that sound first. And all these words will use the ch sound. Ch, ip, chip. Ch, in, chin. Now, when you're getting used to having two letters represent one sound, you may need to circle the two letters together, underline them, tap it with your finger. You might need to do something to remember that it's two letters that make one sound. Ch, ap, chap. Itch, rich. Such, such. Ch, op, chop. Inch, inch. This is a name, so it has a capital letter. Ch, add, chad. Let's try some words with the sound of SH, which is sh. Right here, we have a word ending with a vowel, so we will try the vowel's long sound. Sh, e, she. Sh, ip, ship. Ash, ash. B, ash, bash. L, ash, lash. D, ash, dash. Ash, rash. Sh, ed, shed. Here we have another name, so it has a capital letter. J, osh, Josh. F, ish, fish. B, ish, wish. Sh, ot, shot. Sh, ot, shut. Sh, ed, shed. Sh, un, shun. Rush, rush. Ash, rash. If you did very well and got most of these words correct, you're probably ready for lesson 8. If you still have trouble and need more practice, please redo the lesson or previous lessons if needed. You can also go to Don Potter's website to download Word Mastery, where you can practice the sounds from lesson 7 on pages 45 and 46. In lesson 8, we're going to learn the two sounds of TH and review the sounds of CH and SH. First, let's practice with some nonsense syllables. Remember that SH says sh, and when we have syllables ending in a vowel, we will use the vowel's long sound. So this will be shay, she, shy, show, shoe. Remember, the long U has two sounds, U and oo. You use the U one if it's easy to say. If it's hard to say, like after the sh sound, then you use the oo. CH has three sounds, ch in most words, k in words like school that have a Greek root, and sh in words like chef that have a French root. Since ch is the most common, let's do these nonsense syllables using the first sound. Che, chi, chai, cho, chew, or chew. Stay, stee, sty, stow, stew, or stew. Now, TH is another digraph. All that means is that it takes two letters to represent one sound because English has only 26 letters, but far more than 26 sounds. So the first sound is what we call the unvoiced sound of th, like in the word thin. Now do the same sound, or rather do the th sound, the voice sound. So first do th. Put your hand on your throat when you're in the middle of your throat where your voice box is, and do th. You won't feel anything happening there. Now do th. You'll feel a vibrating, buzzing feeling. That's voiced because your voice box is vibrating even though your mouth is in the same position. So the unvoiced sound is th, and the voiced is v. The unvoiced sound is used more often. The voiced sound is not used as much, but it is used in some of the most common words. First, let's practice the unvoiced sound. Now let's practice the voiced sound. Now let's practice both sounds. Do the unvoiced first because it is more common. Let's practice some words with the unvoiced sound. In, thin. It's okay to run your finger below the letters as you read it. Also, when you're still getting used to having a digraph of two letters making one sound, you may need to do something like circle the two letters together or underline them. Something to remind yourself until it's easy to do without thinking. Here we have a name, so let's use a capital letter. Beth. Bath. Bath. Ath. Hath. Math. Math. Path. Path. Ugh. Thug. Ick. Thick. Ilth. Filth. Off. Broth. Off. Cloth. Depth. Depth. If. Fifth. Off. Froth. X. Remember, X usually has the X sound. Sixth. Sixth. Here we have a name, so it has a capital letter. If. Smith. Ank. Thank. Now let's do some words with the voiced th sound. Th. This word ends in a vowel, so we will try the vowels long sound. The. Now, usually when we're reading, our mouths get kind of lazy, and instead of saying the, we say the. At, that. Is, this. En, then. Them. An, than. With, us, thus. Now, unfortunately, there is not a rule about when to use the unvoiced th sound and when to use the voiced th sound when reading a new word. But since the unvoiced th sound is a little more common, try that one first. And if it does not make a word you recognize, then try it with the voiced th sound. Because there is no rule, we are going to do the first line of these nonsense syllables using the unvoiced th sound, and then we will do it again using the voiced th sound. Remember, at the end of these syllables, we will use the vowels long sound. And since the U has two long sounds of U and oo, we will use the U sound if we can say it easily. If that's too hard to say, we will use the oo sound. Thay, thee, thigh, tho, thew, that's hard to say, thu. Now let's do it with the voice sound. They, thee, thy, tho, thew, that's hard to say, thou. Bray, bree, bry, bro, brew, that's hard to say, brew. Let's practice with some sentences. The, dog, dog. Here's a silent E. Ate. If you don't remember the silent E, please go back and redo lessons 5, 6, and 7. Rat. The dog ate a rat. The red bus. Notice the silent E. Broke. The red bus broke. She gave me a bug. She gave me a bug. The bug bit a dog. The cat. Here's a silent E. Ate a. Let's remember SH says sh. Fish. The cat ate a fish. I wish I had a cat. I wish I had a cat. If you need more practice with the two sounds of TH, you can either redo this lesson or you can go to Don Potter's website and download the free book Word Mastery and work through the words on page 47. In lessons 9 and 10, we're going to learn about 3 different ways that is spelled and learn about long Y at the end of a short word. And also, at the very end, there's a special bonus lesson 11. So first, let's review our sounds from days 7 and 8. Remember, CH has 3 sounds. The most common one is ch. The second most common is k, like in school. And the third is sh, like in the word chef. So when we see CH, we want to do all 3 sounds and in the order of how common they are. So ch, k, sh. TH has 2 sounds, the unvoiced sound of th, like in thin, and the voiced sound of th, like in this. So when I point to TH, make sure to do both sounds, th and th, in that order. Sh, ch, k, sh, sh, th, ch, k, sh, th, sh, ch, k, sh, th, sh. If you're having trouble remembering the 3 sounds of CH or the 2 sounds of TH, please go back to lesson 7 for CH and lesson 8 for TH. So has 3 different spellings, and the most common one is ER. So if you're reading a word and you have an ER, UR, or IR at the end of a word or before a consonant, it's going to have the sound of er. 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 For spelling purposes, ER is much more common than UR or IR. So if you're trying to figure out how to spell a word with the sound, try this one first. Let's try these sounds in some words. These sounds will say at the end of a word, like these three words here, or before another consonant. Her. It's okay to run your finger below the word as you read. Heard. Irk. Perk. Fur. Earn. Blur. Remember, although S has two sounds, S and Z, at the beginning of the word, we always use the S sound. Sir. Bird. Stir. Let's try some more words. Dirt. Girl. Birth. Now, if you said birth with the voice th sound, then that is a valid way to read it. However, the sound we use is the first sound here of th. Now, unfortunately, there isn't a rule to help you figure out when to try th versus th. So, since th is used a little more often, try that sound first. And if you don't recognize the word, then try it again with the th sound. Firm. Remember that QU together has one sound of qu. Quirk. Shirt. Twirl. Fern. Nerd. Verb. Now, if you have trouble noticing the ER, UR, or IR in a word, you may need to circle it or underline it until you're used to thinking of the two letters as one sound. Term. Clerk. Burn. Turn. Hurt. Slur. Turf. Surf. Let's try some sentences. Remember that these sentences that end in a vowel, we will try the vowels long sound. The E, the, bird, sat, on, a, girl. The bird sat on a girl. If you read this word as the, that's fine, because most of the time when we are reading the words the and a, our mouths get a little lazy because we're in a hurry and we wind up pronouncing it like the and a. The, dog, had, red, fur. The dog had red fur. A girl, with, notice we use the second sound of th here, with a big, curl, had a bird on shirt. A girl with a big curl had a bird on her shirt. Let's practice our nonsense syllables. If you stick around for bonus lesson 11, you'll be able to find out more about why we practice these nonsense syllables. Remember, for these syllables, we are going to use the vowel's long sound. And for the long U, you use the U sound if it's not too hard to say. And if it's hard to say, after the letter in front of it, then you switch to the OO sound. Way, we, why, woe, woo. Nay, knee, nigh, no, new. Bray, bree, bry, bro, brew. For lesson 10, we are going to learn about the sound that Y makes at the end of a short word. Now, the first sound of Y that we learned in level 1 was the consonant sound of Y. But Y, most of the time, actually acts as a vowel. So this is the first vowel sound of Y we're going to learn. And it is the long I sound of I. So when I point to the Y, do the consonant sound, then the long I sound. Y, I. Y, I. Y, I. Y, I. So when you have a short word with a Y at the end, try the long sound of Y, which is the same as a long I. I, my. I, try. I, buy. I, fly. Let's practice with some more words. I, fry. I, sly. Sly means sneaky. I, dry. I, pry. I, ply. I, sky. I, spy. I, my. Here we're going to use the second sound of TH, the voiced th sound. Thy, cry, cry. Sly. Now, most of the time at the end of a word, Y actually has a different sound that we will cover in a future lesson. But we're learning this sound first because it is used in short words and common words like my. Let's try this long Y sound in some sentences. I, my, at, cat. Oh, remember our silent E is going to make the A have its long A sound. Ate, ate, a, fly, fly. My cat ate a fly. If you forgot about the silent E rule, please go back to, I think it's level 2, lesson 5 to review that. Here we will use the second sound of TH, the voiced th sound. The fly sat on the fry. The fly sat on the fry. Remember, QU together has the sound of qu, ick, quick. The exclamation point shows emphasis or excitement, some sort of strong emotion. Quick. Stop, the bug. Another exclamation point because this is a command. the, ed, red, bug, bug, can, fly. Be sure to stick around if you're doing well with these lessons to bonus lesson 11. However, if you have a younger student or one who's still struggling, then I would not do the bonus lesson at this point. So you can get extra practice with the long Y sound. Go download Word Mastery from Don Potter's website. I think this is covered on pages 34 through 40, but I might have put the wrong pages there. Okay, so if you are doing well and want to understand why we've been practicing these nonsense letters, you can learn about the accented Y at the end of a longer word. If, however, you are still struggling, go ahead and just skip this lesson. Okay, we have here some two-syllable words. Two syllables means if you tapped it out, you would have two taps. Defy, doggy, radar, TV. So one tap per vowel sound that you hear. The words we covered earlier were only one-syllable words like sly, cry, my. So if you have an accented syllable, which just means a syllable where you're definitely saying the long vowel sound as written, which is covered more in a different video of a different program. But if you have that, you can divide the words into syllables, which I have done. It's okay if you don't know how to divide them into syllables. You can see my syllable division boot camp to learn how to do that. But let's say you have a word that has already been divided into syllables for you, which I took these 4 words, I divided them into syllables. These syllables ending in the Y are going to use the long I sound that we just learned about, of I. The first syllable of each of these words ends in a vowel and is going to use the vowel's long sound, just like we practiced in the nonsense words. So when we practiced with the letter D, we said day, dee, die, do, do. So this is the D syllable. Defy, defy. Rely, rely. If you find this confusing, that's fine. This lesson is completely optional. You don't have to do it at this point. You can just skip it and move on to level 3 if you were ready for level 3. Reply, reply. Deny, deny. Ally, ally. Decry, decry. Apply, apply. Imply, imply. We're going to review level 2 so you can see if you are ready to move on. So we are going to start with reviewing the sounds from level 2. In parentheses, I have numbers telling you which lesson from level 2 these sounds have been covered in. So if you are missing just one sound, then I would go back and review that lesson. If you're missing multiple sounds, you are not ready for level 3 yet. For these vowels, I want to have you do both the short and the long sound. So pause before each sound, or you can do one line or one page at a time. You do the sounds, then you restart the video to see if you got it correct. A, e, I, o, u, oo. Remember, long U has 2 sounds. Remember, CH has 3 sounds. Ch, k, sh, th, sh, The consonant sound y and the long I sound of I. Do you remember what a silent E does? The silent E is an E at the end of a word that makes the vowel 2 letters before have its long sound. If you don't remember this, please go back and start at level 2, lesson 5. Also, if you have a short word ending in a Y, do you remember what the sound is? It's the long I sound of I. That's covered in level 2, lesson 10. Let's practice with some words with silent E. On the first row, I have vowels in the middle of the syllable, so we will use the short sound. In the second row, we've added a silent E. B-an, ban. B-ain, bane. K-ap, cap. K-ape, cape. K-an, can. K-ain, cane. K-op, cop. K-ope, cope. K-ut, cut. K-ute, cute. Notice we use the U sound of the long U. We only switch to oo when the U sound is hard to say after the previous consonant. D-im, dim. D-I'm, dime. Today we're going to cover a very important sound. It's when Y has the long E sound at the end of a word. So first, before we learn our new Y sound, let's review the other sounds we've learned so far. The first one we covered in level 1 was the consonant sound. Y, y, y. In level 2, lesson 10, we learned about Y having the long I sound at the end of a short word. I. Now we're going to learn about Y having the long E sound at the end of a longer word. E. Now when I point to the Y, I want you to do all 3 sounds. Y, I, E. Y, I, E. Y, I, E. We're going to practice some words that end with a Y and have the long E sound. These words are all nouns. All a noun means is a word that is a person, place, thing, or idea. B-ud-e, buddy. J-l-e, jelly. All-e, holly. K-ad-e, caddy. The caddy is the person who carries the golf clubs at a golf course. Hip-e, hippie. Gull-e, gully. Let's practice with some adjectives ending in Y. An adjective is a word that describes a person, place, thing, or idea. What it looks like, how many there are, etc. So these Y's are at the end of a word and they're going to have the long E sound. Ugly, ugly. Remember that 2 S's together always has the S sound. Bossy, bossy. Dusky, dusky. Remember, SH has the sh sound. Fishy, fishy. Oops, this one shouldn't be here. We're going to skip this one because we have not covered this sound yet. Nifty, nifty. Let's learn some more adjectives. Lumpy, lumpy. Nutty, nutty. Jolly, jolly. Happy, happy. Illy, hilly. Fuzzy, fuzzy. These words are all ly adverbs. An adverb tells how something is done. Like if you do something slowly, quickly, carefully, sloppily. You'll notice these adverbs all end in ly. If it makes it easier, when you have a word with a suffix, like an ly adverb, you can go through, and if it's on a piece of paper, go ahead and circle it. Sadly, sadly. And it's fine to move your finger under the words as you read them. Madly, madly. Right here, instead of circling it, I put in this hyphen because that's easier to set up on the computer. But if you're reading something and it's a piece of paper that it's okay to write on, go ahead and circle these suffixes, which are just endings added to the end of a word to change the meaning a little bit. Dully, dully. Hotly, hotly. Okay, so we are going to do some words that demonstrate why we have been practicing those nonsense syllables that have the long vowel sound at the end. So right here, I have separated out the ly suffix using the hyphen. You could circle it if you had a piece of paper. And the syllable before it ends in a vowel, so we will do the vowel's long sound, just like we have in the nonsense syllables. So this will be truly, truly. Right here, our first syllable is at the end of a short word. And as we learned in level 2, lesson 10, we will try the long I sound here. So sh, I, shy, ly, shyly. Cuddly, cuddly. Costly, costly. Let's practice with some names ending in the letter Y. So the Y at the end of all these names is going to have the long E sound of E. Jimmy, Jimmy. Bobby, Bobby. Sally, Sally. Tommy, Tommy. Lily, Lily. Billy, Billy. Here are more names. As you can see, ending an English name with the letter Y, if the final sound is E, is very common. It's more common in girls' names than boys' names, but it's often used in the version of names that we would use for a little boy. Like a man doesn't usually go by Billy, he might go by Bill, but as a little kid he might have gone by Billy. Abby, Abby. Timmy, Timmy. Okay, right here in these two names we have a silent E that is going to make the vowel 2 letters before it have its long sound. So this part will be Ryle, and then the Y has the long E sound. Riley. Ale-E. Haley. Right here, I have split this word into 2 syllables. So if you were doing the nonsense syllables, you would do ru with the long U, b-E. Ruby. Right here, I have divided these words into syllables. So just like the nonsense syllables we've been practicing, these vowels rather, at the end of the syllable will use their long sound. And then the Y's will have the long E sound. O-D-E. Cody. A-D. Brady. A-me. Amy. Today we're going to learn about the soft C sound. If we learn about soft C, let's review some sounds. Ch, k, sh. And right here, level 2, lesson 7 covers the 3 sounds of CH. Y, I, E. Sh, So the hard C sound is the C sound we have already covered, k, like in cat. K, k, k. The soft C sound is s, 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 s. Now when I point to the letter, I want you to do both sounds, starting with the hard sound. K, s, k, s, k, s. Now, the soft C sound is always used before the letters E, I, or Y. So if you have a word and there's a letter C, look at the next letter. If it is an E, I, or a Y, it will always have the sound of S, the soft sound. The word soccer is one of the very few exceptions. If the letter C is before an A, O, U, or any consonant, it will have the hard C sound of K. So when is soft C, S, used? Before E, I, or a Y. When is the hard C sound of K used? Before all other letters, A, O, U, or all consonants. So when you get to a word and you see the letter C, look at the next letter. If it is before an E, I, or a Y, use the soft C sound of S. Otherwise, use the hard K sound. Let's practice with some words with the soft C sound. Here's a C. Is this an E, I, or a Y? Yes. So we use the soft sound. S, and, scent. Now right here, we have a C and there's an E at the end of the word. So that means the E is probably going to be a silent E. So we look back 2 letters before and it's a vowel. So this silent E will do 2 things in this word. First, it will make the I have the long sound of I. It will also change the C to have the S sound. Ice, ice. Let's look at this word. We have a C. It's followed by an E, which means we know that the C will have the soft sound of S. Now the E is at the end of the word. So to see if it's a silent E, we look before 2 letters and it's a vowel. That means we are going to change the vowel to its long sound most of the time. So this I will say I and the C will say S, but the E doesn't have its own sound. Ice, nice. Right here we have a C. It's followed by an E. So the E is going to make the I have its long sound of I, and it's going to make the C have the soft sound of S. Ice, dice. C is followed by an E, so it has its soft sound. 2 letters before is a vowel, so we have the long I sound. Ice, rice. The C is followed by an E, I, or a Y, so it has its soft sound. Then the silent E makes the I have its long sound. Ice, lice. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? It is, so it will have the soft sound. And we also have the silent E will make the I take its long sound. Ice, vice. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? It is, so it will have its soft sound. And this E will also be a silent E and make the A have its long A sound. Ace, ace. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so it has its soft sound of S. And this is also a silent E, so the A will say A. Ace, face. Now, having these words end with CE and having a silent E make the vowel take its long name and change the C to the soft sound of S might be a lot to remember at the beginning. So you may need to do this lesson multiple times. That's fine. You will get faster as you go on. Okay, we have a C followed by an E, so it will have the soft sound. The E will make the A have what sound? The long A sound. Ace, lace. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so it will have its soft sound. And the A will have a long A because of the silent E. If you don't remember about silent E, please go back to Level 2, Lesson 5. Ace, race. Ace, mace. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes. And the silent E will make the A have its long sound. Ace, pace. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes. So the C will have the soft sound of S. L, sell. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so it will have its soft sound. We also have a silent E here, which will change the I to its long sound of I. Sight. Now right here we have a C followed by an E. That means the C will have its soft sound. But this is not a silent E for changing a vowel to a long A, because the A is not 2 letters before it. It is 1, 2, 3 letters before it. So this E does not affect this A. This A will keep its short sound. All this E does is change the C to the soft sound of S. Ants, dance. The same thing in this word. This E is not 2 letters before the silent E, so it keeps its short sound. All this E does is change the C to the soft sound. Ants, hence. The same thing in this word. Ince, mince. Let's practice with some nonsense syllables. Remember, when the syllable ends in the vowel, we will use the vowel's long sound. Cray, cree, cry, crow, crew. And remember, the U has 2 long sounds. The U, which we use if we can say it, but when we can't say it, like after the letter R, it's too hard to say, then we switch to U. So it could be U or oo. In this case, rue is too hard to say, so we say rue. Okay, is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? No, it is not. So it keeps its hard sound. K. Is this C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, it will have its soft sound. C. Is this C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so it will have its soft sound. Sigh. Is this C followed by an E, I, or a Y? No, it will have its hard sound. Co. Is this C followed by an E, I, or a Y? No, so it will have its hard sound. Q. Let's do this row again because this might take a little practice. K, C, sigh, Q. Here we use the U long U sound because we can say that easily. Stay, stee, sty, stow, stew. Let's do this line one more time. K, C, sigh, co, Q. Let's practice with some sentences. We have a silent E, so the U will have its long sound. Cute. Right here, we have a Y at the end of a word that is not short, so we will try the long E sound. Happy, happy, at, cat. Here we have a silent E, so the A will have its long A sound. Gave, gave. Here we have a syllable ending in a vowel, so we will try the vowel's long sound. Me, A. Now I have divided this words into syllables so you can read it. So this syllable ends in a vowel, so we will try the vowel's long sound. And we have a Y at the end of the word, so we will try the long E sound. Tiny, tiny. Here we have a C followed by an E, so it will have the soft sound of scent, scent. A cute, happy cat gave me a tiny cent. Tiny means very small. The jolly, remember the long E sound? Fuzzy, fuzzy. Here we have a silent E. It's going to make the I say I, and it's going to make the C say S. Mice, mice. Had, a, fishy, fishy, smell, smell. The jolly, that means happy, fuzzy, mice had a fishy smell. Here we have a C followed by an E, so it will have its soft sound of S, and the E will make the A say A. Lace had a bad, right here we have a C followed by an E, so the E will make the I say I, and the C say S. Ice, price. The lace had a bad price. The mice had a race in space. If you need more practice before lesson 4, you can go to Don Potter's website and download the free book Word Mastery and work on soft C words on page 85. Today we're going to move from the nonsense syllables we've been practicing to words that use them. So when we have a syllable that ends in a vowel, we try the vowel's long sound. Like right here, this would be st-oo, stew. We remember that the U has 2 long sounds, U and oo. We use the U sound if we can, but if it comes after a letter, like say a T, where it's hard to say, then we switch to oo. So since we have stew here, I have put a real word here, and I divided it up into the 2 syllables. St-oo, d-ent, student. Right here, I've done the same thing, but in order to make it easier to see that it's one word, instead of using a hyphen, I just left a space. Stu-p-id, stupid, stupid. Right here, we have another nonsense syllable, although this syllable is actually a prefix. So, since we have a vowel at the end of the syllable, we try the vowel's long sound. So we get d, E, D. D-E, defect, defect. Right here, I have divided the word using a space rather than a hyphen to make it easier to see that it's one word. D, right here we have a C followed by an I, so this will have the short sound of S. If you don't understand this, please go back to lesson 3 to learn about the soft C sound. And we also have a silent E, which we covered in level 2, lesson 5. This silent E will make the I say I. So this syllable will be side, side. So our word will be decide, decide. Once again, we have the syllable D, and here are some more words with it. Depend, depend. Oh, we covered this word on the last slide. Decal, decal. A decal is like a big sticker. Debug, debug. Detox, detox. Here's our syllable again. Detect, detect. Here's a silent E again. Note, note, denote. If you don't know what all these words mean, that's fine. What's important is that you are able to read them. Desist, desist. Devote. We have a silent E. Devote. D. We have a C followed by an E, so it will have the soft sound of S, and the E will make the I have its long I sound. Ice, vice, device. We can use this with some other syllables. Here's another prefix. O, pro. And here are some more words starting with this prefix. Pro, notice the C is followed by an E, so it will have the soft sound of S. Deuce, produce. Protect, protect. Propel, propel. Proton, ton. Proton. Provoke, provoke. Notice the silent E makes the O take on its long sound. Here are some more words with pro. Protest, protest. Here's a silent E, so the I will say I. I'd, provide, provide. Here's another silent E, so the A will have the long A sound. Propane, propane. Procure, procure. Because the silent E makes the U have the long U sound. And here's a silent E, so this I will have the long I sound. Profile, profile. Let's practice some sentences with these words. The, ice. Remember, the C is followed by an E, so it has the soft sound of S, and the E makes the I have the long I sound. The mice had a rocket, rocket. Propel, propel, them. Remember, T and H have two sounds. The first sound is th, and it's called the unvoiced sound. And the second one is the one we use here, the th. There is no rule about which sound to try, so try one, then the other, and see if either one makes a word you recognize. In, sp, ace. Notice the E makes the C have the soft sound of S, and the A have the long A sound. The mice had a rocket propel them in space. Now when we have a Y at the end of a longer word, most of the time it will have the long E sound of E. So that's what we will try. Ap, E, happy, at, cat, protect, ed, the rat. The happy cat protected the rat. You already know the hard G sound, and today you're going to learn about the soft G sound. So, as we covered in a previous lesson, the C has the soft sound every time it's before the letters E, I, or a Y. So if you see a letter C, look at the letter after it. If it's an E, I, or a Y, the C will have its soft sound of S. If it's any other letter, if it's an A or an O or a U or any consonant, it will have its normal hard sound of K. Please go back to level 3, lesson 3, if you don't remember about the soft C sound. Just like C has two sounds, G has two sounds. The hard sound is the one that you learn first, which is G. 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 Now I want you to pause the video before each sound, or before each line, or before each screen, and say out loud all the sounds, and then restart the video to see if you get them correct. The soft G sound sounds just like the letter J. 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 Now when I point to the letter, I want you to do both sounds. We will do the hard G sound first because it is used more often than the soft G sound. G, J. G, J. G, J. So remember, just like we use the hard C before all A, O, U, and all consonants, we use the hard G sound of G before the letters A, O, U, and all consonants. Now, one difference is that the soft C sound of S is always used before the letters E, I, or a Y. Most of the time, usually the letters E, I, and Y change a G to the soft G sound of J. But unlike the letter C, this is not always true. It is true most of the time, but as we will see on a different slide, there are some very common words where this is not true. So for the letter C, I want you to remember that E, I, and Y always change the sound to S. And for the letter G, they usually change the sound, but not always. Here are some words, some of which are very common, where the E, I, and Y do not change the G to the soft G sound. The most common one is this one. G, at, get. G, ek, ko. Remember, when a syllable ends in a vowel, we try the vowel's long sound first. And we've been practicing that with our nonsense syllables. Gecko, gecko. A gecko is a type of lizard. Here are some other words where we keep the hard G sound of G, even though it's followed by an I. G, ig, gig, g, ift, gift, g, ill, gill. Remember that IR has the sound of g, earl, girl. Now, most of the time when the G is followed by an E, I, or a Y, it will have the soft G sound of J. So in general, when you see the letter G, look at the letter after it. If it's an E, I, or a Y, try the soft G sound of J first, and most of the time you'll be correct. But as we saw on the previous screen, it doesn't work always. It just works most of the time. So for all of these words here, we are going to use the soft G sound of J. J, L, gel. J, M, gem. Here's a G. Is it followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so let's try the soft G sound first. J, in, gin. Right here we have a silent E. So it's going to make this E have its long sound. J, in, gene. J, ent, gent. J, ist, gist. Now, if you have a word that ends in GE, the E does two jobs. The first job is to make the G take its soft sound of J. The E may also change the vowel 2 letters before to have its long sound. And that is what it's going to do in all these words. So this E will make the G say J and make the A say A. St, age, stage. Huge, huge. Remember that the long U has 2 sounds, U and oo. We use the U sound if we can say it easily, which we can after the letter H. If the U comes after a letter that is hard to say, then we switch to the oo sound. Age, age. We have a G followed by an E. The E is going to make the G have the soft sound of J, and this E is going to make the A have its long A sound. If you're still having trouble with the silent E giving a vowel its long sound, please go back to Level 2, Lesson 5, and go through that. Age, cage. Age, rage. Age, page. If you find this useful, please be sure to like and subscribe and share it with friends. Here are some more soft G words. On the previous page, the E at the end had 2 jobs. It made the G have its soft sound and made the vowel 2 letters before it have the long sound. In all of these words, the vowel is 3 letters before the E. That means these E's will not make the vowel have the long sound. All of these vowels will still have the short sound, or for UR, the sound of So again, these E's have one job. These E's give the G the short sound of J, but they do not change the vowel sound. And just for spelling purposes, in English, we do not spell words with the letter J. So if you ever have a word and the last sound is J, spell it with a GE or sometimes a DGE, which will be covered in one of my spelling lessons in the Spelling Bootcamp. Unge, lunge. Bilge, bilge. So this G is followed by an E. So it will have the J sound, but the E does not change the vowel sound because the vowel is too far away. Inge, binge. In these 2 words, we have UR, which together say urge, purge. Purged means to get rid of. Urge, surge. Let's practice some sentences with our soft G sound. Remember, this is a short word ending in a Y, so the Y will have the long I sound of I. My. Here we have a longer word ending in a Y, so we will try the long E sound of E. Fluffy, fluffy. Pet, pet. At, cat. Add, had. Sad, sad. Right here we have a silent E in front of a C. So the C will take the soft sound of S, and the E will make the I have the long I sound of I. Ice, mice, in, a. We have a G followed by an E, so the G will say J, and the E will have the A say A. K, age, cage. My fluffy pet cat had sad mice in a cage. Remember that TH has two sounds. The most common sound is the unvoiced th sound, and the less common but still often used voice sound of th, which is what we're going to use in this word. The fox sits in a big space. Notice the E makes the C have its soft sound of S, and the A have its long A sound. SH says sh, ship, spaceship in. This E is going to make the C have the soft sound of S, but it is not going to change the A because the A is too far away. France, France. That's the name of a country, so it has a capital letter. The fox sits in a big spaceship in France. Now, I put this hyphen here so you could easily read the word and notice the E changing the C. In real life, there is no hyphen there. That's just to make it easier to read. If you need more practice with the soft G sound that we have been working on, please go to Word Mastery, which you can get for free at Don Potter's website right here, and go to page 86. Today we're going to learn the sound of OR and review our soft C and G sounds. Let's start with reviewing the sounds from level 2. In parentheses, I have the lesson where that sound was covered in level 2. A, E, I, O, U, ch, k, sh, th, sh, y, I, E. Now, if we have a letter C in a word and it comes before an E, I, or a Y, then we always use the soft C sound of S. If the letter C comes before an A, O, or a U, or any consonant, then we use the hard C sound of K. Let's practice with some nonsense words. These are not real words. This is just to see if you can figure out whether you need the hard C sound of K or the soft C sound of S. Here we have a letter C. Do we have an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so we will use the soft sound of S. Selg, selg. Do we have an E, I, or a Y after the C? Yes, so we will use the soft C sound of S. Elk, selk. Remember, these are not real words. Do we have a C followed by an E, I, or a Y? Yes, so we use the soft sound. est, sest. We have an I, so we are going to use the soft sound. If, sif. Ig, sig. Imp, simp. Is the C followed by an E, I, or a Y? No. So we're going to use the hard sound of k. K. Alp, kelp. Here we have an O. It's not an E, I, or a Y. So we are going to use the hard sound. K. Und, cond. Is this C followed by an E, I, or a Y? No. So it will use the hard sound of k. K. Uld, culled. Let's practice some nonsense syllables. Remember that at the end of the syllable, we are going to use the vowel's long sound. And for a U, we use the long U sound of U if we can say it easily. But if it's after a letter where the U sound is too hard to say, then we will switch to the OO sound. Tray, tree, try, tro, true. Cray, cree, cry, crow, crew. K, notice these two C's are followed by an E and an I, so we will switch to the soft sound. C, sigh, co, Q. Notice we use the U sound here because we can say that easily after the hard C. But in these two, we use the OO sound because we couldn't say it easily after the R. Let's do this row again, remembering to use the hard C sound before the A, O, and U, and the soft C sound before the E and the I. K, C, sigh, co, Q. Now, soft G is pretty similar to soft C, except that the soft G is not always used before an E, I, or a Y. If you have an E, I, or a Y after a G, the G usually, but does not always, use the soft sound of J. If you have a G before an A, O, U, or any consonants, it will use the hard G sound. So again, if you have a C followed by an E, I, or a Y, it has to use the soft sound of S. But if it's a G before an E, I, or a Y, it will usually use the soft sound of J, but it does not have to. So here we have a mix of words, some that use the soft sound and some that use the hard sound. Now this word has an E, so it will usually use the soft J sound before an E. But this is one of the G words where it still keeps the hard sound. This is probably the most common word where G is followed by an E and still has the hard G sound. G. At, get. Here the G is followed by an A, so it definitely has the hard sound. G, ag, gag. This G is followed by an I, so we will try the soft sound first. J, ist, gist. Here we have an O, so we need the hard sound. G, ought, got. Here we have a G followed by an E, so we will try the soft sound to see if it's a word we recognize. And also remember that ER has what sound? J, germ. G, gum. Here we have a G followed by an I. So most of the time it would use the J sound. However, this is one of the words where it keeps the hard G sound. But if you sounded it out with the soft sound, it would at least be phonetic. So try the soft sound first if it's a word you don't know already. And if you don't recognize the word, try the hard sound to see if that's a word you recognize. Remember here, the IR says Let's say you didn't know this word at all, which is fine because you'll always be finding new words you haven't seen before. So then you would sound it out this way. Earth, jerth. Remember, TH has two sounds, th and th. This word uses the first sound, th. If you don't know which sound to try th first because it's more common. Now, jerth is not a word. Let's try it with the hard G sound. Earth, girth. That's a word. However, if you read it jerth and you said it out loud to somebody, they would probably figure out what you meant because you still read it phonetically. Here's another G word where although it's followed by an I, it still uses the hard G sound. Remember that a Y at the end of a long word usually has the long E sound of E. G-id-e, giddy. I have divided this word into 2 syllables so we can use the nonsense syllables we've been practicing, where at the end of the syllable the vowel has its long sound. This G is followed by an E, so let's try the soft J sound. G-E-G-N-us, genus, genus. Now let's learn about our new sound of OR. OR has the sound of OR at the end of a word or before a consonant. However, if it's after a W, it usually changes to a different sound, which we will cover at the end of this lesson. So for now, when I point to the OR, I want you to say or, 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 for, orb, orb, orc, orc, born, born, ord, cord, orc, cork, orn, corn, orm, dorm, orn, horn, orc, pork, ort, port, ort, sort, ort, tort, orn, torn, orc, fork. Let's try some sentences. The ice, remember the soft C because of the E, and the E also makes the I have its long sound. Ice, mice, ave, me, ache, and orn. The nice mice gave me cake and corn. And then the bad pig ate. Remember, at the end of a short word, the Y has the long I sound. I, my, ache. Then the bad pig ate my cake. If you need more practice with OR before lesson 7, please go through Word Mastery, page 95, columns 2 and 3. Now, if you feel like you're doing very well with this, then you can stick around for what happens when you have a W in front of the OR. This part of the lesson is completely optional, and it will probably be too confusing for younger children. Now, if you have W-O-R, it usually, but not always, sounds like were. There are some words where it's w or, war, but most of the time it sounds like were. So let's practice that sound here. Were, 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 work, work, worm, worm, word, word, worse, worse. Now this E is not here to change the sound of any vowel. Sometimes at the end of a word, an S sounds like Z. One way to make it clear that the S has the normal sound of S is to have an E after it, and that's what this E is doing. Worst, worst, worth. Remember, TH has two sounds. We are using the first sound of here, worth. Let's practice some sentences with these sounds. We will have a mix of the were sound and the or sound. Right here in this word, we have a longer word ending in a Y, so we will try the long E sound. Jimmy had the worst pork in the store. You might wonder about this E. It's not actually doing anything in the sentence because this O already has the long O sound of or. But Jenny had the best cake in the store. Jimmy had the worst pork in the store, but Jenny had the best cake in the store. Here we have a Y at the end of a longer word, so we will try the long E sound. Sadly, the best mice. Remember that this E both makes the I have the long I sound and the C have the soft sound of S. Went to. I have divided this words into syllables, so we will use the long sound for the vowel at the end of the syllable. Venus, Venus, in the worst spaceship. Sadly, the best mice went to Venus in the worst spaceship. Now, spaceship is actually one word, but I put the hyphen in here to make it easier to read. We're going to learn the sounds of R, air, and war. So AR has the sound of R if it's at the end of a word or before a consonant. If it's before an E, another R, or after a W, it does not have to have this sound. If that's too confusing for you to remember, that's okay. At this point, the most important rule to remember is that most of the time AR says R. 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 Far. Art. Start. Art. Part. Arc. Arc. R. Car. Arc. Arc. Arm. Arm. R. Bar. R. Tar. R. Jar. Art. 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 Cart. Ard. Card. Arm. arm. D-ark, dark. Let's practice some sentences. Now I have divided this word into syllables. So remember, when we have a syllable ending in a vowel, we try the vowels long sound first. Tiger, tiger, sat in the dark, dark, ark, park, after, he ate. Did you remember the silent E? A rabbit, rabbit, and a skunk, skunk. The tiger sat in the dark park after he ate a rabbit and a skunk. I made art in the park with, this TH uses the second sound of TH, which is a. So this syllable ends in a vowel. So we will try the vowels long sound. Lion, lion, and an otter. I made art in the park with a lion and an otter. A shark, swam with a fish, under the wave. A shark swam with a fish under the wave. Another important sound is air. Now, before we get to that, you need to understand that ARE by itself as a word is the word are, like they are at the store right now. So if it's by itself, it's the word are. And the E in this word, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't make the A have its long sound. It seems to just be there to make the word not be too short. So if it's by itself, it's the word are. Are. If you see ARE as part of a word, then the sound is air, because the E will act as a silent E and make the A have its long sound. Air, 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 care, air, fair, air, mare, air, dare, air, rare, air, hair. So to be very clear, if it's these three letters by themselves, then it's the word are. If it's part of a word, then it's most likely going to be air, with the E acting as a silent E to make the A have its long sound. Before we move on, let's practice our sounds from levels 2 and 3. In parentheses, I have put the level and the lesson number of the sound. So if you can't remember, please go back. For example, or is covered in level 3, lesson 6. G, j. K, s. Y, I, E. Or. G, j. K, s. Here are some words that are considered sight words, but they actually use some of the sounds that we've learned. Or, for, first, after, after, her, hurt, better, better, under, under, number. If you need more practice with AR, please go to Don Potter's website and practice page 91 from Word Mastery. And if you understand AR very well and you want to learn more about WAR, hold on for the next slide. Now, this is a little more advanced and might be confusing to younger students, so it's okay for younger children to skip this. If you have AR after the letter W, the A takes on a long O sound and sounds like war, 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 warn, orm, warm, ward, ward, warp, warp, warts, warts, dwarf, dwarf, swarm, swarm. We're going to learn the sounds of NG and NK. NG has the sound of ng, 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 ng. NK sounds like ng with a K, unk, 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 ing, ing, sing, ing, ring, ing, wing, ong, ong, song, ong, long, ong, gong, ung, sung, hung, rung, rung, ink, ink, pink, ink, rink, ink, sink, brink, brink. Remember that a Y at the end of a long word usually says E. Slinky, slinky, inky, pinky, stinky, stinky. Let's practice some sentences. The dog gave the cat a ring. It made the cat sing a happy. Remember, the Y has a long E sound at the end of most longer words. Song. If you had trouble with the silent E, please go back and review Level 2, Lesson 5. The silly, mice. Did you remember that the E after the C makes it say S? Ate, pink, rice. It made, them, sick. If you need more practice with these sounds before the next lesson, please practice pages 65 and 70 in Word Mastery. We're going to practice one of the most important suffixes, ing. Remember that this sound is ng, so this is ing, sing. ing, ring. This is unk. Notice that the sound sounds more like ng followed by an k because unk is very hard to say. Ink, 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 rink. Song, song. Bank, bank. Ink, pink. Jump, jump. Jump-ing, jumping. Swim, swim. Swimming, swimming. Notice that if we have one consonant after a short vowel sound, we will usually double the consonant before adding the ing. Plan, plan. Planning, planning. Notice the double N here. Run, run. Running, running. Jump, jump. Jumping, jumping. Sing, sing. Singing, singing. Remember that a Y at the end of a very short word usually has the long I sound of I. Fry, fry. That's covered in level 2, lesson 10. Frying, frying. Jog, jog. Jogging, jogging. Even though a G may say j before an I, in this case, the root word is jog with a hard G. And so the sound of this G does not change by adding the suffix. Sing, sing, singing, singing. Let's try some sentences. Now here's the root word. The root word ends in a Y and is short, so we will use the long I sound. Flying, flying, kite, kite. Remember the silent E makes the I have its long sound. Lands, lands. On a singing, singing dog, dog. And a jogging, jogging pig, pig. A flying kite lands on a singing dog and a jogging pig. A swimming, swimming, shark, shark. Can win in a race. Remember that the silent E not only makes the A have its long sound, but makes the C take the soft sound of S. With a tiny fish. If you forgot that AR says R, please go back to level 3, lesson 7. We covered the 2 sounds of TH in level 2, lesson 8. Y having the long E sound was covered in level 3, lesson 2, and sh it was covered in level 2, lesson 7. And also we have covered in several lessons when a syllable ends in a vowel, try the vowel's long sound first. We're going to learn about the 2 sounds of S. The first sound is called the unvoiced sound. It is the hissing sound of S that occurs at the beginning of any word that starts with S. This sound is called unvoiced because if you put your hand on your throat while you do the sound, S, you won't feel your vocal cords vibrate. As I said, at the beginning of any word with the letter S, it uses this sound. Also, a word ending in the suffix of 2 S's will use this unvoiced sound. So let's practice these sounds and then we will learn more about when we use the unvoiced sound. All these words right here start with an S, so we will use the first sound of S. It, sit, illy, silly. In level 3, lesson 2, we cover Y at the end of a word having a long E sound most of the time. Ag, sag. All of these words end in a double S, which means they will also use the hissing S sound. Os, boss. Floss, floss. Os, cross. The unvoiced hissing sound of S is also used in all of these blends. So when you see an S in front of another consonant, if it's one of these blends, it will use the S sound. Let's practice some words. These words have the blend SC, SK, SP, and ST. Sk, scum, sk, scan, sk, scam, ip, skip, sk, in, skin, isk, sp, in, spin, sp, an, span, sp, at, spat, st, ab, stab, bust, bust, st, op, stop. Here are some more blends. CH has 3 sounds. Both of these words will use the second sound of k, which we covered in level 2, lesson 7. Scheme, scheme. Notice the silent E makes the E have its long sound. Schism, schism. Anytime you have a suffix of ism, the S will take the Z sound. We will cover this in detail in a later slide. Slip, slim, slap, smug, smog. As I said before, the suffix ism uses the Z sound, even though it's before the letter M. Snip, snob. Swim, swim. Swag, swag. Swam, swam. Split, splat, splash. SH says sh. That's covered in level 2, lesson 7. Spring. NG says ng. Level 3, lesson 8. Sprig. Squid. QU together say qu, which is in level 1, lesson 9. I think this is supposed to say QU. Squid. Strap. Strut. If we have a word and we are trying to make it plural or change the conjugation by adding an S, we are going to use the unvoiced hissing sound after these letters, F, K, P, and T, or if the word ends in a digraph of TH with the unvoiced sound of th, like in thin. Let's practice after these sounds. Puffs, puffs, uffs, cuffs, cliffs, cliffs, icks, picks, icks, kicks, asks, asks, ups, pups, ups, cups, lips, lips, ats, bats, ats, cats, mats. And after the unvoiced sound of th, bath, bath, baths, path, paths, birth, births. IR says which is covered in level 2, lesson 9. The second sound of S is the voice sound of Z. Put your hand on your throat and say the sound Z. You will feel your throat vibrating in a way that it didn't do when you did the hissing sound of S. We use the voice sound after the voiced consonants. Again, voiced means your vocal cords are vibrating. After the letters B, D, G, L, J, M, N, R, V, W, Y, and Z. So after these letters, when we add a suffix to make it plural or to change the conjugation of a verb, the S sound is going to switch to a Z sound because these sounds already have our vocal cords vibrating. The S will also have the buzzing voiced sound of Z after these digraphs of sh, ch, k, sh, and the TH digraph of th, like in with. Let's practice after these letters. K, abs, rubs, k, R's. AR, saying R, is covered in level 3, lesson 7. Buds, lids, ids, kids. Rags, ogs, hogs, ogs, logs, owls, pals, bells, bells, ills. Again, S after these letters takes on the voice sound of Z, jams, rams, moms, buns, buns, ends, hens, ins, bins, R's, cars. AR says R and is covered in level 3, lesson 7. R's, bars, R's, stars. Notice the S before the T has the unvoiced hissing sound of S, but the S after the R takes on its voice sound of Z. Revs, RVs. RVs is short for recreational vehicles. TVs, that's short for televisions. Buzzes, fizzes, ushes, hushes. SH says sh. See level 2, lesson 7. Ish as fishes. Ish as dishes. After CH or NG, S will take the voice sound of Z. Arch as arches. AR is covered in level 3, lesson 7. CH in level 2, lesson 7. Ings, springs. Notice the S here is part of a consonant blend, and so it has the unvoiced sound. But here it's after the digraph, NG. A digraph means 2 letters that make 1 sound, and so it takes on the voice sound. Itches, riches. Inch as inches. Sings, ings, rings. In these words, TH has the second sound, the voice sound of V. Now, I want to point out something. Right here we have the word bath, bath, which has the unvoiced sound. This is the noun, like I take a bath. When we change it to a verb, like I bathe every night, we add the E, and the E makes the A take its long A sound. So this is bath with a short A. This becomes bathe. Not only does the E make the A take its long sound, it changes the TH to the voice sound of V. So bath, bathe, bathes. Lathe, lathes. Tithe, tithes. After the sound of J, S will take on its voice sound. Notice it's the sound, not the spelling, that's important. So here we have a G followed by an E. The E is going to make the G take its soft sound of J, and the A have its long A sound. So we have cage. The plural is cages. Notice the voiced buzzing sound of Z. Rage, rages. Page, pages. Here we have the word box. It is spelled with the letter X, but this letter X represents the two sounds of K and S. So that is why we say it has an unvoiced sound, because it has the unvoiced sound of S, box. When we make it plural, words ending in X, we add an ES to make it plural, and it becomes boxes. Notice the buzzing voice sound of Z here. Ox, foxes. Fax, faxes. So when we have a noun and the singular ending has the unvoiced sound of S, when we add the ES, it will have the voice sound of ES. This also happens in words ending with the sound of S, the unvoiced S, regardless of the spelling. Like right here we have the word race, because the E makes the C take its soft sound of S and changes the A to its long A sound. So the word is race and ends in the unvoiced sound of S. And when we make it plural or change the conjugation, it becomes races. Kiss, kisses. Notice the double S has the unvoiced S sound, but the S in the suffix has the buzzing voice sound of Z. Here are some important words to know that are often called sight words, where the letter S uses its voiced Z sound. As, is, his, those, those. Notice that this uses the voiced th sound, covered in level 2, lesson 8. Has, ers. Remember that ER says covered in level 2, lesson 9. Use. This E makes the U have its long sound. Is, these, goes. The rest of this lesson is optional because it covers things that might be harder for younger students to understand. S uses its unvoiced sound in these combinations. Here we have PH, which we haven't covered yet. PH has the sound of F, which will be covered in a future lesson. So this word would be sphere, sphere. This is seen. This E makes the C take a soft C sound of S, which we covered in level 3, lesson 3. This word is going to be scythe, scythe, using the TH sound covered in level 2, lesson 8. Atmosphere, and this word is science. Latin suffixes will also use the unvoiced S sound of S. Here are the Latin suffixes that use this, like in the word bias, diagnosis, genesis, thesis, cosmos, cactus, famous. Some nouns end in the letters S and E, where the E is there to make it clear that the noun is singular. For example, if we had the word horse, H-O-R-S, with no letter E, we might think that that's plural. So the purpose of the E on this word is to let you know that you're just talking about one horse. The E also makes the S have its unvoiced sound of S at the end of a word. But when we make it plural, it becomes horses. Nurse, likewise, ends in the unvoiced S sound. And UR says covered in level 2, lesson 9. So here we end with the unvoiced sound, but when we make it plural, it becomes nurses. Here we have the word lapse, which ends in the unvoiced s sound, but when we make it plural, it takes on the voice sound at the end of lapses. So this S keeps the unvoiced sound of S, and this one takes the Z sound, lapses. S uses its voice sound of Z after the letters W and Y. These sounds of AW saying ah and AW saying A will be covered in future lessons. J, Oz, L, Oz, P, Oz, P, A's, L, A's, D, A's. Although these combinations are not hard, I haven't covered them yet in this program, which is why I put them in this optional section. Here we have nouns ending in a letter Y, where the Y has the long E sound. When we go from the singular version ending in a Y, we change the Y to an I and add ES, and the S will take on the voiced Z sound. So here we have army, and the plural will be armies. Baby, babies. Bully, bullies. Berry, berries. Body, bodies. Bunny, bunnies. Here we have the voiced S sound of Z after a final vowel sound. Right here we have the word cry, remembering that the Y at the end of a short word usually has the long I sound of I, so cry. And when we change the conjugation of the verb, the Y becomes an I and we add ES, and it becomes cries. Die, dies. Peas, sees, remembering that EA usually says E, the double E says E, bees, sees. If we have words ending in a vowel team plus the letters SE, here are some of the vowel teams which will be covered in future lessons. Then the S will also take on its buzzing voice sound of Z. Noise, OI says oi. Double E says E, so we have ch, ease. AI says A, so we have praise. OO has two sounds, oo and Here we will use the oo sound. Ch, ooze. Ease. AU says ah, so claws. S is often, but not always, voiced between two vowels, like in the words music, user, and result. It is always voiced in the ism suffix, like in the words baptism and activism. Here we're going to talk about the SION suffix, which has two different pronunciations. For more information about this, you could see my Latin suffixes video, which is called something like the Latin suffixes your school didn't teach you about. Words where the SI takes on the sh sound include words like discussion and depression. If you have a root word that ends in a D or a Z sound, like conclude or fuse, remember it's about the sound, not the spelling, then the SION is going to have the jun sound, like conclusion and fusion, rather than shun. So notice discussion, conclusion, fusion. If your student needs more practice with the two sounds of S before level 4, then I suggest going through these pages from Word Mastery, which you can download for free at Don Potter's website. We're going to learn about EE having the long E sound and AI having the long A sound. EE has the long E sound of E. E. C C, fee, b-e, b, eel, keen, keen, meat, real, seem, deed, deed, ear, peer, eek, peak, e, tree, eek, week. AI has the long A sound. Aid, aid, laid, aid, paid, bail, bail, fail, sail, vein, nail, raid, ale, tail, ale, pale, ain, pain, rain. There are a few important exceptions. These words have the short E sound. So this word is not been in American English, it's been. Like I had been swimming when a storm began. This is not said, it is said with a short E sound. Said. This word is again. This AI has the short E sound, and this A does a sound that we call a schwa. Instead of being a short A sound of A or a long A sound of A, it becomes more like a muffled sound, again. And this word is against. You can see the word again inside the word against. There are two more exceptions that aren't quite as important. This word is aisle with a long I sound. And this is plaid with a short A sound. Let's practice with some sentences. I had seen 3 bees. We cover S having the second sound of Z in level 3, lesson 10, in the trees. I had seen 3 bees in the trees. I said, notice this is one of the few words where AI has the short E sound of eh. The deer got up and ran off again. Gail said, I can feel a shark again. SH having the sh sound is covered in level 2, lesson 7, and AR saying R is covered in level 3, lesson 7. I said I set sail on the ship next week. If you need more practice with these sounds, I suggest you download Word Mastery for free at Don Potter's website and work on pages 57 and 59. We're going to learn about words ending in VE or the suffix of IVE and when silent E doesn't make the vowel have its long sound. First, we will start with the normal silent E, making the vowel 2 letters before it have its long sound. K, ave, cave, ave, pave, 5, I've, hive, rave, save. Now, if we have a word ending in E and there are 2 letters between the E and a vowel, then the vowel does not change to its long sound. So right here we have an E and we have 2 letters after the A before the E, so the A does not take its long sound. Right here we have AR, which as we learned in level 3, lesson 7, says R. So k, arv, carve. So if the E doesn't change the vowel sound, why is it there? English words do not end in the letter V. So sometimes when you have a word where the last sound is the V sound, there will be an E there that doesn't actually do anything except keep it from ending in V. Here we have ER, which as we learned in level 2, lesson 9, says So serve. UR also says Curve. Solve. Elve. 12. Starve. Now, sometimes we have words ending in VE where the vowel is only 2 letters before the E, but the vowel keeps its short sound. So in these words here, we are going to have a short sound instead of a long sound, even though there was only 1 letter between the vowel and the E. So in these words, the E is there just to keep the word from ending in V. Give. Have. Now this word here can be pronounced 2 different ways. You can have the verb live with a short I, and you can also have the word live, where the E makes the I have its long sound. So you may have to read a word out loud both ways in context to see which word makes sense. And here we have active. Let's practice with some sentences. I have a pet cat. We learned in level 3, lesson 10, that S can take the Z sound. His name is Mr. Capital M-R period is an abbreviation for the word Mr. Mr. Active. He is black and tan. I have a pet cat. His name is Mr. Active. He is black and tan. Now let's try this word both ways. Let's try first with the E making the I have its long sound. Live. Well, that doesn't make sense, so let's try it the other way. I live. That makes sense. In a place. Here we have an E. Make the C take its soft sound of S, which we covered in level 3, lesson 3. With. TH has 2 sounds, F and V, which we covered in level 2, lesson 8. Here we use the voice V sound. A lot of rain. Oh, I don't think we've covered this word yet in this program. Sometimes the letter O has the schwad sound of and sometimes an F has a V sound. So this is one of the words that you could call a sight word, of. I live in a place with a lot of rain. Now, the rest of this lesson is optional, especially for younger students. So right here, we have the IVE suffix. This can be found at the end of long words. Most of the words that end in this suffix, not all, but most of them are going to be 8 or more letters long. So if you have a long English word and it ends in IVE, it is most likely going to sound like IV with the short I sound and the E being there just to keep the word from ending in V. Now, what does the IV suffix mean? The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines IV as that performs or tends toward an indicated action. And I will explain that in a minute. So right here we have the root word act. We add the suffix IV to get the word active. So active would mean someone who tends to act. Here we add the prefix in, inactive. The prefix in means not. So inactive would be someone who tends not to perform an act. Here we have adoptive. Now, I would like to point out that generally English words that start with the letter A tend to take on a muffled schwa sound of So it could have, you could pronounce it with the short A, adopt, but that sound tends to disappear and become more like a short U sound of So adoptive. So that would be somebody who tends to adopt. Adaptive, somebody who tends to adapt. We're going to learn about the sounds of EA and EAR. EA has two main sounds. The first sound is the long E sound, and it is used about 2/3 of the time. So when you see an EA, the first sound you should try is the E. 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 The next sound you should try is the short E sound, which has the sound of eh. It is used about 1/3 of the time. Eh. 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 Let's practice both sounds. E, eh. E, eh. E, eh. Let's practice some words with the long E sound. Eat. P, E, P. See. Seat. Meat. T, E, T. Ear. B, een. Bean. G, ear. Gear. Ear. Here. T, eam. Team. Leap. Mean. Eat. Heat. Fear. CH most of the time says ch. That's covered in this lesson. Each. Heel. Let's practice some words with the short E sound. Ed, head. D, F, deaf. Heavy. Y at the end of a word usually has the long E sound. See this lesson. Red E, ready. D, F, death. TH has two sounds, and this word has the first sound of f. That's covered in Level 2, Lesson 8. Ent, meant. Breath, breath. Ed, dead. Ed, dread. Ed, instead. Heaven, heaven. Breakfast, breakfast. TH has two sounds. We're going to use the second sound of th, and ER says weather, feather. There are some words that can be read with both the long E and the short E sound. You need to know the context, the meaning of the surrounding words or sentences to figure out which one makes sense. With the long E sound, this word is read, the present tense. I read every day. With the short E, we have the word read, the past tense. I read a book yesterday. This word with the long E sound is lead, to guide or be in charge of, like I lead the class to the cafeteria. With the short E sound, we have lead, which is a type of metal. Here we have with the long E the word heal, which is a verb. Here we have health with the short E sound, which is a related word to heal, but it's the noun form. There are three main words where EA has the long A sound. Besides these three words, there are other words made from them based on adding prefixes and suffixes. So these words are great, break, steak. There are 3 important sight words that we need to cover before we move on in this program. In all 3 of these words, the O has the short U sound. In this word, the F is going to have a V sound. So this word is of. This word and this word both have a W sound before the O as a short U sound. So this word is one, like the number 1. This E doesn't do anything in the word. So this is 1, referring to the number. If you have a C followed by an EI or a Y, you have the soft C sound of S covered in level 3, lesson 3. So this word is once. Of, once, one, once, one, of. Let's practice with some sentences. I read, or this could be read. We will have to continue reading the sentence to figure out which pronunciation is the correct one. In the morning. OR says or. So this sentence could be I read in the morning. That makes sense. Or I read in the morning. That one also makes sense. Right here we have a V followed by an E. And this is an example of a word covered in this lesson where the E does not change the vowel to have a long sound. So this word still has a short sound. I have one kitty with black fur. UR says I have seen, EE has a long E sound, 3 deer by, Y at the end of a short word has a long I sound, the street. I have seen 3 deer by the street. Once I read, oh, that doesn't make sense. The word once means this has already happened. It's past tense. So we need read. Once I read a story that had 1 horse and 3 pigs. See level 3, lesson 10 for why this S says Z in it. The rest of this lesson is optional because it may be confusing for younger students. In order to understand the rest of this lesson, students need to know that a consonant refers to all letters except the vowels A, E, I, O, U, and Y. In these words, the EA has its most common sound of the long E. But if we add a consonant after the R, it changes the sound from ear to So this word is here, and here we've added a consonant, so this is going to be heard. This word is P, and this word is pearl. Ear, and the name Earl. Ear and earth. Sear, that means to burn the outside of a piece of meat. And search, CH is covered in this lesson. Here we have searching because we've added the suffix ing covered in level 3, lesson 9. Ear, earn. Dear, this word dear means valuable or expensive. And dearth. Dearth means to not have enough or have a lack of something. If you need more practice before lesson 4, you can download Word Mastery for free from Don Potter's website and practice these pages. We're going to learn about the sounds of OU and OUS. Most of the time, 3 out of 4 times, OU will have the sound of ow. So if you only remember one sound, remember ow. Ow. Out. Hour. hours, sour, foul, loud, flower. Noun, ouch, pouch. CH says ch most of the time, as we learned in Level 2, Lesson 7. Proud, proud. SH says sh, shout. Couch, count, count. About 10% of the time, OU has the long O sound of O. Most of the time, this will be before the letter L or the letter R. Ol, soul, or, pour. Old, ER says covered in this lesson. Shoulder, course, course. Mold, mold. Or, for. Fourth. TH says and which we covered in this lesson. 14. 14. Gourd, gourd. A gourd is a type of squash. And also the word your, although some parts of the country pronounce it slightly differently from that. About 10% of the time, OU has the long OO sound of oo, like in soup, you, troop, coupon, coupon. About 7% of the time, OU has the short U sound. Touch, touch, young, young. NG having the sound of was covered in this lesson. Country, country. Y having a long E sound at the end of most words was covered in this lesson. Touching, touching. Finally, the suffix OUS has the sound of us. If we start with the root word of fame and we add the suffix us, it becomes famous. If we start with the root word of poor and we add the suffix us, we have the word porous. There are 3 important words that you need to know where OU has a different sound. This sound of These words are could, should, and would. Notice that in all 3 words, the L's are silent. Could, should, and would. Let's practice with some sentences. I have listed the sounds in green and which lesson they are covered in down here. Have. This is a case where the E does not make the A have its long A sound. It is only there to keep the word from ending in a V. Have you seen a mouse inside? Note the silent E makes the I have its long sound. This house. Have you seen a mouse inside this house? Your dogs, sometimes S at the end of a word says Z, covered in this lesson, sit outside my house every morning. Your dogs sit outside my house every morning. If you need more practice with the sounds of OU before the next lesson, you can practice them on pages 63, 64, and 81 from Word Mastery, which you can download for free from Don Potter's website at this URL. We're going to start learning about the broad sound of A as well as the sound of A in these combinations. So A has three main sounds. The first one students learn is the short A sound, ah, ah, ah. The long A sound is A, A, A. The broad A sound is ah, ah, ah. You may notice that the broad A sound of ah basically sounds the same as the short O sound of ah. Let's practice all three sounds. Ah, a, ah. Ah, a, ah. Ah, a, ah. Now, if we have ALL at the end of a root word, meaning at the end of the word or at the end of a word plus some suffixes, then the A will have the broad A sound. So here we have ALL, there's nothing after it, so we will try the broad sound. All, all, k, all, call, t, all, tall, b, all, ball, st, all, stall, w, all, wall, h, all, hall, mall, fall, small, small. Here we have it at the end of a root word before the suffix ing, which we covered in this lesson. K, all, calling, taller, taller, smaller, smaller, caller, caller. Now, if we have A and L before a K or an M at the end of a root word, the A will also have the broad A sound. Also, the L will be silent. So here we have A-L and then a K. So this A will have the broad sound of ah, but the L will be silent. Talk, walk, stalk, stalk. Here we have A-L before an M. So the A will have the broad A sound of ah, and the L will be silent. Calm, palm, balm, balm. CH says ch in this word, which we covered in this lesson. Ch-ok. And we can add a suffix such as S to the end of a root word, and the broad A still stays the ah sound. W-ox, walks. K-alms, calms. Notice in this word, S says Z. We covered that in level 3, lesson 10. A-L plus a consonant at the end of a root word also keeps the broad A sound. B-ald, bald. Notice in this word, the L still says ul. If you have LK or LM, then the L will be silent. But L plus another consonant other than K or M will mean the L still pronounces its sound. B-ald-ing, balding. S-alt, salt. H-alt, halt. K-alm, calm. Calms. Ch-ok, chalk. W-ok, walk. Walking, walking. There are some important exceptions where the A has the short A sound of ah instead of the long A sound of ah. Here are some of the most important exceptions. Half. Notice the L is silent in this word. K-af, calf. A calf is a baby cow. Alps. This is a mountain range in Switzerland. Sh-al, shall. Sk-alp, scalp. The scalp is the top of your head where your hair grows. Let's practice some sentences. The sounds in green are listed down here with the lessons where you can review these sounds. My, Y at the end of a short word has a long I sound. half of, we covered the sight word of in this lesson. The wall is tall. My half of the wall is tall. Your half is short. The sight word one was covered in this lesson. One bald man is sitting near you. One bald man is sitting near you. He, if a word is short and ends in a vowel, we try the vowel's long sound first. He is missing all his hair. If you need more practice with this sound before the next lesson, you can go to Don Potter's website here and download Word Mastery for free and practice page 94. If you found this video useful, please be sure to like and subscribe. Let's learn about the sounds of PH, AY, and learn 5 important sight words. PH has the sound of f. Here's a name. Ralph. Notice the silent E, which we covered in Level 2, Lesson 5. Own, phone, graph, phase. This is the lesson where we learned about S having the Z sound. Morph, sphere. Here's another name. Fill. AY has the long A sound and is generally used at the end of a word. Play, day, may, say, play, way, tray, bay, ray, pay, yay, pray, sway, clay, gray, stay. The long OO sound has the sound of oo, like in the words to, do, into. Here we have the th sound of TH covered in this lesson, and together, today. Let's practice with some sentences. The sounds in green that are not new in this lesson are listed down here. Do you like to play in the sand at the beach? Do you like to play in the sand at the beach? Today I will swim. Your graph is small, but mine is big. Yours needs to be bigger. ALL, having the broad A sound of ah, was covered in Level 4, Lesson 5. If you need more practice with these sounds before you move on, you can download Word Mastery for free at this website and practice these pages. We're going to learn about the sounds of AU, AW, and the syllable LE at the end of a word. AU and AW both have the sounds of ah. We use AW at the end of a root word, or it can also be used before a K, L, or an N. We use AU within the middle of a word because English words do not end in the letter U. Let's practice these sounds. Ah, 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 ah. P, ah, pa, la, k, ah, claw. Saw, j, ah, jaw. Raw, d, raw, draw. Lawn, lawn. P, on, pawn. Flaw, flaw. TH has two sounds covered in this level and lesson. We will use the first sound of thaw, on, yawn, all, crawl, all, brawl. A brawl is a big fight. Awk, hawk, gawk, gawk. Gawk means to stare stupidly at something. Let's practice with AU in the middle of a word. All, haul, aunt, haunt, alt, vault, aunt, gaunt. Gaunt means very, very thin. Odd, fraud, aunt, taunt. Taunt means to make fun of. In both of these words, the S is going to use its second sound of Z, covered in Level 3, Lesson 10. P, oz, pause, k, oz, cause. If we have a word that ends with a consonant plus an L and an E, and it's more than one syllable, we are going to divide 3 letters from the end. I cover this rule in detail in my Syllable Division Bootcamp Rule 7. So right here we have a word. It ends in a consonant plus an L and an E. So we're going to split the word right here. We're going to do the same thing. 3 letters from the end and 3 letters from the end. Now the first syllable for each of these ends in a vowel. So we will try the vowel's long sound first. Tie, may, and tay. The long I sound of I, the long A sound of A, and A again. The L and the E together are going to have the sound of ul. You might wonder, why is the E there? While the E is not making a sound, every written syllable in English must have a vowel. Since this tul sound can be made without really having a vowel sound, we just stick a silent E on the end. So again, we split 3 letters from the end when it's a consonant and an L and an E. Divide here. The first syllable ends in a vowel, so we will try the vowel's long sound. Title, title, maple, maple, table, table. You can learn more about this rule in the video for Rule 7 in my Syllable Division Bootcamp. Let's practice some more. These words all end in a consonant with an L and an E, so we divide 3 letters from the end. Now we're going to use the vowel's long sounds. Since the syllable ends in a vowel, we try the vowel's long sound first. And we remember from Level 4, Lesson 3, the EA together says E most of the time. So this long sound is going to be O, no, bull, noble, cable, cable, eagle, eagle. Let's practice this some more. We take these words, we're going to divide 3 letters from the end. In these words, we have the vowel at the beginning of the syllable or in the middle. These words had a vowel at the end of the syllable, so we tried the vowel's long sound first. When we have a syllable starting with a vowel or with a vowel in the middle, the first vowel sound we try is the short sound. So the short A is and a. Apple, apple. Fumble, fumble. Ankle, ankle. Again, you can watch my Syllable Division Bootcamp Rule 7 for more practice with this rule. Let's divide these words 3 letters from the end. These syllables have a vowel in the middle, so we will try the vowel short sound. Short E, a. Kettle, kettle. Bottle, bottle. Dazzle, dazzle. Now, when English speakers are speaking quickly, the double T sound here often sounds more like a D. So while the word is kettle, in reality, people will generally pronounce it more like kettle, bottle. Dazzle will still retain the Z sound. We divide 3 letters from the end. We notice our vowels are in the middle of the syllable, so we try their short sound. I, fiddle, fiddle. Gamble, gamble. Now, G sometimes has its soft J sound before an I, but it does not have to do that. In this case, we are going to use the hard G sound of G. Giggle, giggle. Let's practice with some sentences. For sounds that we have covered in previous lessons that you might not remember, you can look at the level and lesson. A fawn, that is a baby deer. We're going to use the second sound of TH, which is th. A fawn with a gaunt, gaunt, that means very, very thin. Body, we remember a Y at the end of a word, unless it's a very short word, it usually has the long E sound. Sat on the lawn. A fawn with a gaunt body sat on the lawn. I saw a ark. AR says R. Swim, swim. Under. We covered in this lesson. A. Remember that PH says f. Dolphin in the sea. I saw a shark swim under a dolphin in the sea. If you need more practice with these sounds before you move on, you can practice pages 94 and 95 in Word Mastery, which you can download for free at that URL. We're going to learn about the 2 sounds of OW. The first sound of OW is the long O sound, O. O. The second sound is the sound you say when you get hurt, ow. Ow. Let's practice both sounds. Oh, ow. Oh, ow. The way I like to remember the 2 sounds is by the phrase slow down. The slow has the long O sound. Down has the ow sound. So let's practice some words with the long O sound of slow. Row. Mo. Let's practice the ow sound. Ow. Wow. Now. Let's practice a word that can be pronounced either way with a different meaning for each pronunciation. Bow. Bow. Let's practice words with the O of slow. Row. Sow. This word sow means to plant a seed. Low. Low. Blow. Flow. T-o. Toe. This word toe means to pull something, not the part of your body. Snow. Snow. Glow. Glow. Stow. Stow means to put something away. SH says sh, which we covered in Level 2, Lesson 7. Show. Grow. Grow. Crow. Crow. A crow is a type of bird. Slow. Slow. Bowl. Bowl. OW does not have to come at the end of the word, but most of the time it will. Let's practice some words with the ow sound of down. Ow. How. Ow. Pow. Ow. Cow. Own. Town. Brow. Brow. Like your eyebrow. Plow. Plow. Most of the time, CH says ch. Ch. Ow. Chow. Owl. Howl. Gown. Gown. A gown is a fancy dress. Clown. Clown. Crown. Crown. Frown. ER says covered in Level 2, Lesson 9. Oh, this word shouldn't be here. This should be in the long O sound. So let's try the long O sound. Owner. Owner. Tower. Tower. Power. Power. There is no rule to know whether to try the O sound of slow or the ow sound of down. So if you come across a word and from the context you don't know which word it might be, try pronouncing it both ways. I usually do the O then the ow sound because I remember the phrase slow down, although the ow sound is actually a little more common. These are nonsense words that I just made up for practice. We will pronounce them both ways. SH says sh and CH says ch most of the time. Sh, own, shown, shown. Tro, trow. Yo, yow. Again, these are made-up words just to help us practice pronouncing words with both sounds, and we can see which word is the correct word. Doe, dow. Dro, drow. Joe, jow. If you need more practice with these sounds, you can download Word Mastery for free at this website and practice pages 63 and 64. If you found this video useful, be sure to like and subscribe and share it with your friends. We're going to learn about the sound of OY and OI. Both of these say oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. OY can be used at the end of a word, but OI cannot because English words do not end with the letter I. Let's practice some words. T, oi, toy. B, oi, boy. Soy. P, loy, ploy. B, oil, boil. K, oil, coil. K, oin, coin. V, oid, void. Remember that at the end of a word that isn't short, Y usually has a long E sound. We covered this in Level 3, Lesson 2. Oily, oily. Enjoy, enjoy. Troy, Troy. Loyal, loyal. Now, this A looks like it would have a short A sound of al, but often when AL is at the end of an English word, it becomes a muffled schwa sound more like So this could be pronounced loyal, but in reality, it sounds more like loyal, loyal. The same applies to this word, royal. Spoil, spoil. Oil, broil. Now, don't get tricked here. Here we have an OI, but we have the suffix ing, which we covered in Level 3, Lesson 9. So this is going to be ing, and this O will have its long sound of O. So go, going, going. We're going to learn about the sounds of OO. OO has two main sounds. The long sound is oo, ooh, ooh. The short sound is uh. Let's try both sounds together. Ooh, The way I remember this is think of the moon reading a book. We do the long sound first because it is slightly more common than the short sound. Ooh, The moon is reading a book. Ooh, ooh, Unfortunately, there's no way to tell if the sound is going to be long or short in a word, so try both pronunciations and see which one gives you a word you recognize. All of these words are going to use the long sound, like in the word moon. Zoo. Too. This word too means also or very, like when you have too much of something. Soon. Food. In this word, CH will use its second sound of k. We covered that in Level 2, Lesson 7. Ool, school. Ool, pool. Oot, boot. Oop, hoop. Loot, oof, roof. Zoom. In these words, we are going to use the short sound, which is the sound of like in book, book, look, took, cook. SH says sh, covered in this level and lesson. Sh, shook, stood, wool, foot, hoof. A hoof is the hard part under the foot of some animals. Wood, good, woof. There are a few words where OO has the long O sound. However, this is not very common. Or, door. Floor, floor. Or, pour. This CH will say ch. Brooch, brooch. Like I said, the long O sound is not common, and this list is most of the words that a beginning reader might ever encounter. If you need more practice with the OO sound before you move on to level 5, you can practice pages 80 to 82 in Word Mastery, which you can download for free at this website. We're going to learn the 3 pronunciations of the past tense suffix ED. The suffix ED is added to the end of a verb to show that an action has already taken place. It has 3 pronunciations: ed, d, t. Ed, d, t. Ed, d, t. Ed, d, t. If you only remember one rule about which pronunciation to use, remember this rule. If the root word ends in a D or a T sound, it's the sound, not the spelling, that counts. Then we need to use the ed sound with the short E clearly pronounced. This is because we cannot pronounce the D in the next syllable without the vowel sound. Let's look at an example. Here we have the word hand, and we add the suffix, so it becomes handed, ended, tended, acted, batted, nested, rented, texted, tinted, landed, lifted, fitted, listed. OR says or. Sorted, tested, hunted, padded, added, bonded, knotted, welded. The reason that I say that you need to be concerned about the last sound and not the spelling is because if the word ends in a silent E, we still use the ed ending. For example, in this word, the E makes the O have its long sound of O. So we end up with the word vote. The last sound in this word is the T. So when we add the suffix to show that it has already happened, we pronounce it with the short E. Voted. Here we have hate, hated. Note, noted. Rate, rated. Fade, faded. Side, sided. Code, coded. EE says E. Need, needed. AI says A. Raid, raided. SH says sh. Shade, shaded. Trade, traded. EE says E. Seed, seeded. If the word ends in a consonant other than a D or a T, ED may be pronounced like the letter T. T. We do this if the letter at the end of the word makes it too difficult to use the D sound. For example, if I tried to pronounce this as sipped, doing the D sound after the P sound is extremely difficult. So ED is pronounced as T. So sipped. Again, it's about the last sound, not the spelling. So this E makes the O say O, and we have the word hope. Hoped. Asked. Fake. Faked. Puffed. Staffed. SS says S. Bossed. Missed. AR says R, and CH in this word says ch. Arched. Pinched. IR says and TH in this word says th. Birthed. Wished. Again, if the last consonant at the end of a word is something other than a D or a T, you pronounce ED like the letter T if it is too difficult to pronounce it as the letter D. We do this after these sounds. P, K, F, Ch, Sh. The unvoiced S sound of S and the unvoiced TH sound of Th. Rest of the time, ED is pronounced like the letter D. We do this after all vowel sounds, and if the last sound of the word is a consonant other than D or T, where we can still easily pronounce the D sound. For example, here we have robbed. In this case, doing the sound B before D is not too difficult to say, so we use ED as D. This E is going to both make the A have its long sound and the G have its soft sound of J. So we have the word age, aged, rule, ruled, name, named, fine, find. NG says banged, cure, cured. This E is going to make the U have its long sound, and the S is going to have its voice sound of Z. Use, used, buzzed. SH says sh, shaved. OW says ow, vowed. TH followed by an E is going to have the voiced th sound. Even though there are two letters here, it's one sound, so this E will still make the A have its long A sound. Bathe, bathed. AY says A. Played, prayed. OY says oi, toyed. Again, if the word ends in any of these sounds, ED is going to be pronounced as D. This might seem confusing, and you don't actually need to remember this long list of rules. You really need to know one rule. If the root word ends in a D or a T, use the pronunciation ed. If the word ends in another consonant that makes it hard to pronounce ED as the sound D, then you pronounce it as a T. If the word ends in a vowel sound, remember the spelling doesn't matter, it's the sound, or any of the rest of the consonants where you can easily pronounce ED as D, then use that sound. If you need more practice with this, you can download Word Mastery for free at Doc Potter's website right here and practice pages 77 to 78. If you found this useful, please like and subscribe and share it with a friend. We're going to learn about the three sounds of WH. In most of the United States, WH has a silent H and is just pronounced like W. In some parts of the country, mostly in southern states, the H sound is actually pronounced before the W, and it sounds like Hwa. For example, in the part of the country I am from, we would say white, the color, white, with no H sound. In some parts of the country, it would sound more like white, where you can hear the H sound before the W. And there are some words where the W is silent and the only sound pronounced is the H sound of H. In these words, you can use either of these pronunciations. I will use this first pronunciation where the H is silent because that is more common and that is also how I grew up pronouncing these words. Here we have a silent E, which is going to make the I have its long sound. White, when. A Y at the end of a short word has a long I sound of I, Y. CH's most common sound is ch, which, whim, whip. EA's most common sound is E, wheat. IR says whirl. Wine. This isn't the drink. This is a small child complaining. And whale. Here are most of the words where the W is silent and we just pronounce the H sound. Notice how many of these are question words where the WH is followed by the letter O. In this first row, we are going to pronounce the O as the long OO sound, the oo of moon. Who. Notice the W is silent. Whom. Whose. ER says whoever, whoever. In this word, we are going to have the E make the O have its long sound of O, whole. This whole refers to all of something. If you need more practice with these sounds before moving on, you could practice page 48 of Word Mastery, which you can download for free at this URL from Don Potter's website. If you found this useful, be sure to like, subscribe, and share with a friend. We're going to learn about the broad A sound. A has three main sounds. The short sound is A, the long sound is A, and the broad A sound is Ah. Let's practice all three. A, Ah. A, Ah. A, Ah. A, Ah. When a word ends in A, it may have the broad A sound of Ah. However, there aren't very many words that actually use this sound. Here are some of them. Bra, spa, ska. Ska is a type of music. And the exclamation ha. Most of the time, when a word ends in the letter A, it's schwas. A schwa is a muffled sound that sounds like a short U at the end of a word. So in all of these words, rather than having a clear ah sound, it's going to sound more like Gala, gala, comma, ninja, panda, ultra, magma, tundra. It's very common for names to end in the letter A and have the schwa sound, like Anna, Donna, Santa, Honda, and Tesla. Here are some more words that end in A that use the schwa sound. AR says R, larva. ER says opera. AU says ah, sauna. PH says f, alpha. OR says norma. Here are some words where the first A has the broad A sound and the A at the end schwas. Papa, mama, pasta, salsa, drama. Notice in all of these, the first sound is the clear ah sound, and the one at the end is the sound. In all of these words, the underlined vowel has its long sound, and the A at the end will schwa. Tuna, scuba, zebra, soda, sofa, idea, puma. The broad A sound of ah can also be spelled with the letters AH. However, this is not very common. Ah, blah, aha. This I is going to have its long I sound. Messiah. Here are some important slang words that use the schwad A at the end. This A is going to have the broad A sound. So we have a broad A of ah and a schwad A sound of wanna. Wanna is short for want to. This O is going to schwa as well. So this word is going to be gonna, which means going to. This T will be silent because TCH together says ch, gotcha. Gotcha means got you, like I got you this book, meaning I got you this book or I bought you this book. It also means I understand. If you have an A after a W, as long as there is no R after the A will usually, but not always, have the broad sound. In all of these words, it will have the broad sound of ah. ER says so we have water, want. This L will be silent. Walk. SH says sh, wash, watch, wasp, swan, wand, swap, walt. Rule also applies if you have the letters Q, U, A, because it's about the sound of W, not the spelling. Since Q, U says qu, in which case you hear the W sound, the A following it will be broad. So here we have squat and squad. Here are some of the exceptions where the A has the short sound after a W instead of the broad A sound. Wag, wax, swam, quack. If you have W-A-R, this sound is going to be war. So here is the word war. Warp, warn, ward, warm, dwarf, wart. This E is going to be long. Reward. ER says warmer. Y at the end of a long word usually has the long E sound. Warmly. We're going to learn about several other ways to spell the long O sound. OOR is the same as OR. They both say or, like in the word door, back door, indoor. OU says ow, outdoor. Pour. Here we're going to add the suffix poorer. Here's the suffix ly, poorly, and the suffix est, poorest. Floor, the suffix ing, flooring. The long O sound can also be spelled with OA, like in the word oat, oats, or, oak, coal, boat, coat, foam, load, goat. WH says W in most states. Woe, soap, roam, soar, hoax. OE also says O, like in the word toe. Doe. A doe is a female deer. The name Joe. Hoe. A hoe spelled this way is a gardening tool. Aloe, like the plant. And goes. Notice in this word the S has its second sound of Z. And the word foe, which means an enemy. There are three important exceptions where the OE does not have the long O sound, like in the words shoe, does, and canoe. OLD also has the long O sound. Old, bold, gold, cold, fold, hold, mold, sold, told. It keeps this sound even if we add a suffix at the end, such as these suffixes in green. Golden, goldfish. Actually, this isn't a suffix. This is a compound word. Two nouns put together. SH says sh. So goldfish. Folded. If we have a root word, meaning the end of a word before any suffixes are added, and it ends with O, L plus another consonant, it will usually have the long O sound, like in colt, bolt, jolt, volt. Here we've added the prefix re to the word volt, revolt. Here we've added the suffix n to molt, to make it molten. And here we've added the suffix ed to bolt, to make the word bolted. Here are some more words that end with OL plus a consonant. Again, this is just for the root word before any suffixes. Roll. Here we've added the suffix ED to make it past tense. Rolled. Here we've added the prefix N, enroll. The suffix roller. Scroll. Scrolled. Troll. Here we're adding ing, trolling. If the root word ends in OLK, the O will also be long, but also the L will be silent, like in the word yolk, as in a part of an egg. Folk. Here we have polka. A at the end of a word usually schwas to make a muffled sound. That sounds like a short U. Here we have another word that is two words put together. So we have folklore. If we have OLL and the next letter in the word is a vowel, and the vowel is not part of a suffix, then we're going to have a short O sound instead of a long O. So in all of these words, after the double L, we have a vowel that is not part of a suffix. So the O will keep the short O sound. Folly. We remember that Y at the end of longer words usually has a long E sound. The name Polly. Jolly. Holly. OW says O in this word. Follow. Hollow. AR says R. Dollar. Most of the time, our mouth gets a little lazy, and instead of saying the R sound clearly, it becomes muffled and sounds more like dollar. This G is followed by an E and is going to have its soft sound of J. College. If you're trying to decide whether to use the long O or the short O sound for a root word ending in OLL, look at the letters coming after it. If it's OLL plus a suffix, you're going to use the long O sound. If it's OLL plus a vowel that is not part of a suffix, keep the short O. For example, here we have the suffix ing. It starts with a vowel, but it's a suffix, so we are going to follow this rule with the long O. Rolling. Here we have OLL. We do not have a suffix. We have a vowel, but it's not part of a suffix, so we keep the short O sound. And we have the last name Collins. Here's OLL. The next letter is a vowel, but it is not part of a suffix, so we keep the short sound. Holland. Here we have OLL, and the next letter is a vowel, but it is part of a suffix, the suffix ing, so we use the rule to keep the long sound. Polling. This is a suffix, so we have the long O sound. Roller. Here we have OLL, but the next letter is a U that is not part of a suffix. So here we have a short O sound, and this U is underlined because it's going to have its long E sound, a long U sound from the silent E. Pollute. Here we have OLL. The next letter is not part of a suffix, so we're going to have the short O sound. Collapse. Here we have the word follow, because OW says O in this word, and then we've added the suffix but the suffix here does not come right after the OLL, so it does not change the pronunciation of this O. So this word is follower. Here are two common exceptions where the word keeps the short O sound instead of the long O sound. Golf and doll. Here are some words that are commonly called sight words that have the long O sound. In this word, TH uses its soft sound of th, so we have both. This Y is going to have a long E sound, so we have only. Here's the contraction don't, which is short for do not. OR says or, so this is the word more. This E is going to have its long sound, Again, we have OR saying or. So we have before. ER says So this word is over and open. There are 3 more sight words that you need to know that have the letter O that use a different sound. These 3 words use the long OO sound, which is the OO sound of the word moon. These words are to, do, and this word has a silent W. So this word is also to. This one refers to the number. This one you would use in a sentence like, I am giving the book to you. Again, this is when you're saying you're doing it to someone, and this is the spelling for the number. If you need more practice with these long O sounds, you can practice pages 61 and 62 in Word Mastery, which you can download for free at this website. If you found this useful, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. We're going to learn about 4 suffixes where the TI says sh. These suffixes all have a TI that says sh. So this will be pronounced shun, shull, shun, and shus. By far the most common of these is the suffix shun, spelled TION, and this one is the most important one for beginner readers to know. Action, option, caption, faction, section, suction, fraction, fiction. AU says ah, caution. OR says or, portion. In all of these words, the underlined vowels are going to use their long sound. Lotion, potion, nation, notion, emotion, motion, station. This suffix sounds like shull. AR says R, martial. This will have its long sound. Spatial, partial. Here we add the suffix ly, partially, partially. This suffix also says shun. AR says R, Martian. A Martian is somebody from the planet Mars. The letter Y in this word is going to have the short I sound of I, Egyptian. This A will have its long sound, Dalmatian. One important exception to this is the word Christian, where the TI says ch instead of sh. Our final suffix is shus. This one is not as important for beginner readers to know because it's mostly used in longer words. But here are some of the words younger readers might understand. Infectious. Something that is infectious could cause you to get a disease. AU says ah, cautious. This U will use its long sound. Nutritious. If you need more practice with these sounds, you can practice page 108 from Word Mastery, which you can get for free at this website. You can also watch my video about the Latin suffixes your schools didn't teach you. We're going to learn the sounds of IGH, IND, and these 2 suffixes. IGH has the same sound as a long I. Most of the time in English words, G and H together are silent. So IGH here is going to say I. So this word will be high, fight, might, sigh, sight. This TH will use its first sound of th, thigh, nigh, night, fright. We can add suffixes like these 3 in green without it changing the sound. Frighten. ING says ing. Lighting. Fighting. At the end of a root word meaning before you add any suffixes, Most of the time, IND will have a long I sound and sound like IND. So this part is IND. So this word is bind, find, kind, hind, mind. This word can be pronounced two different ways. The verb is wind, like winding up a toy. The noun is wind. Blind, grind. We can even add a prefix. Remind, rewind, unwind. The root is going to have the ein sound, even though we've added a suffix. So this suffix ly will not change the sound of the I. Kindly. Here we're going to add the suffix ed, and then ing. Finder, binder, grinder, blinded, minded, winding. Let's say you looked at this and you weren't sure if it was going to be wind or wind. Have you ever heard of winding? That doesn't make sense. Wind is a noun, not a verb. If we add a suffix like ing, we need the verb, so it's winding. We can even use a compound word with two words put together. Mindset, grinding. ILD generally says ild with a long I sound at the end of a root word. Wild, mild. CH says ch in this word, child. We can add suffixes like these three without it changing the I. So the I will still have the long I sound. Milder, wilder, mildly. One important exception where the I does not have a long I sound is the word children. Notice when you have one child, it has a long I sound. But as soon as you make it plural, the I becomes a short I sound, and we have children. Now, when you have a word that ends in Y and you're trying to make it plural, the rule is change Y to an I and add ES. This also occurs when you're changing the form of the verb. You change the Y to an I and add ES, or change the Y to an I and add ED if it's past tense. So if your word is a short word that ends in Y, all these words are short words ending in Y, and the Y has a long I sound, then when you change the ending, the IE is also going to have the long I sound. For example, here we have the word cry. We change the spelling, the Y becomes an IE, but the sound is the same. So cry, cries, cried. Try, tries, tried. Fry, fries, fried. Sky, skies. Spy, spies. Sky, skies. Dry, dries, dried. Fly, flies. Ally, allies, allied. Here this E has the long E sound. Rely, relies, relied. So if the word ends in a Y, when you change the Y to an IE and add S or a D to change the tense of the verb or to make it a plural noun, the IE has the same sound as the word did when it had a Y. So if it's a long I, the IE has the long I. In all of these words that end in Y, the Y has a long E sound at the end. So this word is city. C followed by an I has the soft sound S, so city. So when we make it plural, the IE is going to keep the same sound that this Y had, which was a long E sound. City, cities. Copy, copies, copied. These three words all have long vowel sounds. Duty, duties. Baby, babies, babied. Pony, ponies. So again, when the word ends in a Y and you change the spelling of the Y to an IE before adding an S or a D, the IE has the same sound as the Y in the original word did. If you have a short word ending in IE, it's going to have the long I sound. Lie, pie, die, vi, tie. If you have a longer word ending in IE, it's going to have a long E sound. OW says ow in this word. Brownie. This is going to be a long U. Cutie. Here we have a name. AR says R. CH says ch in this word. Charlie. Connie. This OO is going to have its sound. Cookie. This E will be long and will make the G have its soft sound of J. Genie. So if you have a short word ending in IE, try the long I sound. If you have a longer word, try the long E sound. If you need more practice with these sounds, you can download Word Mastery for free at Don Potter's website at this URL and practice these pages. If you found this video useful, be sure to like and subscribe and leave a comment. We're going to learn about AL at the end of words. So far, we've learned 3 sounds for A: the short sound of A, the long sound of A, and the broad A sound of ah. In these words that end in AL, A is going to have its short sound. Pal, gal, the name Sal, Al, Hal, the word canal, and in this video, any underlined vowel is going to have its long sound. Decal. Most of the time, words ending in AL have a muffled sound, where it won't sound like a clear owl, but will have a muffled schwa sound of ul, like in metal, metal, animal, mammal, signal, dental. OY says oi. Loyal, royal. OR says or. Portal, floral, normal, moral. You could see that in all these words, rather than a clear owl sound, we have a muffled ul sound. Here are some more words with the muffled sound. ER and UR both say verbal, plural, formal. In all these words with the underlined vowel, the vowel is going to have its long sound. Oval, vial, vital, dial, opal, rival, fatal, vocal, global, total, local. ER says funeral. These lists of words are much longer than the ones on the first slide because AL uses this muffled sound way more often than the clear, short owl sound at the end of a word. Now, what if you have another vowel before the A? Well, if there's a vowel team, then it does not have to use the muffled sound. For example, here we have EA together, which say E in this word, in the word team. Here we have EA, and they also have the long E sound, which is the most common sound of EA. And we have real, deal, heel, seal, meal. OA says O, coal, and again, coal. In all of these words, there are 2 vowels together, so the AL does not have a muffled ul sound. Now, the AL at the end of a word having a muffled sound refers to the end of a root word. You can add suffixes and it keeps the muffled sound. For example, in these words, we're adding the suffix ly. So we have legally, locally, finally, totally. QU says qu, equally. EA says E in this word, ideally. The rest of this lesson is optional because it might be confusing for younger students. Besides "ly," you can add other suffixes to the end of a root word that ends in AL. For example, this suffix is ism. Sometimes S says Z, and this is an example. So right here we have our root of vandal, and then we can just add ism. So even though the AL doesn't come at the end of the word, it comes at the end of the root before we've added the prefix. So it keeps the muffled sound. Vandalism, capitalism. Here's the suffix shun, which we have covered in a previous video. It is one of the most important suffixes. In these words with underlined vowels, we are going to have the long sound. The non-underlined vowels will have their short sound. So nationalism, nationalism, fictional, fictional, emotional, emotional. You can see that learning to recognize one or more suffixes added to the end of a root word makes it very easy to read long words, because most longer words will have several suffixes or prefixes in them. Here are some more. Remember that ER says G in this word has this soft J sound because of the E. Generational, generational, functional, functional. IR says directional, directional, fractional, fractional, conversational, conversational, educational, educational, optional, optional. Again, most of the time when you see a long word in English, as long as it's not a scientific term, you will see that there are several suffixes added to the end of a root word, or perhaps even suffixes at the end plus prefixes at the beginning. If you can learn to recognize these, then reading long words becomes much easier. Now, if we have another vowel before the A and the L at the end of a root, then we have a vowel team. And so the AL will not have a muffled sound. For example, this root right here is real, with the EA saying E. So we have the root real, and we add our suffix ism, realism, idealism. If you found this video useful, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. We're going to learn about the third sound of U. Now, the previous sounds of U we have covered are the short U, which says The two long U sounds, U, oo. Remember, we use the U sound when we can say it easily, but if it is hard to pronounce after another letter, then we switch to oo. U, oo, U, oo. The third sound is So let's practice all four of those sounds. U, oo, U, oo, U, oo, This third sound of U is also called the short OO sound. Here are some words that use the sound. Put. SH says sh. Push. Pull. You can even add suffixes. Pudding. Pushing. Full. Bullet. Bush. Bull. Bully. Remember that a Y at the end of a longer word usually has a long E sound. One of the most common places that this third sound of U is used is the suffix full. Cheerful, careful, EA says E in this word. Fearful, hopeful, helpful. IGH has the long I sound, and the GH is silent, as covered in a previous video. Insightful. AR says R. Harmful, hateful, grateful. IND usually has a long I sound. Mindful, useful. You can see that learning to recognize suffixes at the end of words makes reading longer words much easier. Besides the suffix full, you can sometimes add the suffix ly to get fully, carefully, helpfully, cheerfully, willfully. AI says A, painfully. TH in this word has its first sound of th, thankfully. Here are some words that use the short U sound, even though they look like they would rhyme with pull and full. Dull, skull, hull, dully, so we can add a suffix, skulls. Again, most of the time the words with ULL will have the third sound of but these are some of the words where it has the short sound of If you found this useful, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. We're going to cover the sounds of EW, TCH, and DGE. EW has the sound oo, 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 do, new, pew. Notice in this word, we use the U sound rather than the oo. So just like the long U has two sounds, U and oo, and we use the U sound when it's easy to say and the oo sound when it is hard to say, it's the same with the EW sound here. So in most of these words, it's too hard to say U, so we say oo. But pew is one where we can have the Y sound in it. Crew, brew. CH says ch in this word. Chew, stew, strewn. TH in this word says through. Screw. We can add suffixes and prefixes to words with EW without it changing the sound. Newly. ER says fewer. We can add a prefix, renew. Here's a name, Lewis. Here's the suffix ED, which has three sounds, ed, d, and t. In this word, it will use the d sound. Brood. PH says nephew. This word has two suffixes, sewers, newest. Here are some words that have EW where it does not say oo. Here we have a prefix re, so that would not change the sound. So here we have rewind. This is the word sow, and this is sown. But generally, EW will have the sound of oo or sometimes u. TCH is how the sound of ch is spelled after a short vowel sound. So here we have ch. In all these words, we have a short vowel sound. So catch. Notice the T is silent. I like to think of the T as a shield protecting the CH, which is scared of short vowels. Catch. Here we have an E. We want a short vowel sound. CH is scared of it, so it uses the letter T like a shield. The T doesn't make a sound itself, it just protects the CH from the short vowel sound. Sketch, clutch, twitch, batch, itch, patch, match. We can add suffixes, itchy, catching, picture. Just like on the previous slide where the CH was scared of the short vowel sound, I like to think that the GE is scared of a short vowel sound and uses the letter D as a shield. In addition, we need the letter D to keep the short vowel sound. For example, if I have this word here, this E only has one letter between it and a vowel. That means this E most of the time will be a silent E and make the vowel change to its long sound. So this word would be Doge. We don't end English words in the letter J. So if the last sound of a word is J, we use GE instead of a J. But if we want to have a short vowel sound, we need to add a letter D. So adding the D means we have two letters between the E and the O, which means the silent E does not change the O. It only changes the G to a J. Dodge, bridge, badge, edge, judge. Notice all these words have short vowel sounds because the D acts as a shield to protect the GE from the short vowel sound. Ledge, ridge, fridge, nudge, fudge. Fudge is a type of chocolate dessert. Lodge. Now, if we want to add a suffix and the suffix starts with the letter E, then we are going to drop one of the E's. For example, here we have judge. We want to add ED to make it past tense. Notice our new word has one E. We don't have an E here and an E here. We drop one of them. So judged. Badge plus becomes badger with one E. Edge plus ED becomes edged. Just one E. Pledge plus ED becomes pledged. So in all these words, when the root ends with the letter E and our suffix starts with an E, we add the suffix, but we drop one of the E's. If you found this useful, please leave a comment and let me know. We're going to learn about the sounds of ARR and ERR together. Now, AR by itself at the end of a word or before a single consonant has the sound of R, like in car and card. However, if you have A with two R's, it usually has the long A sound, air, like in marry or married. Notice that when we switch from marry to married, the Y becomes an I before we add the ED to show its past tense. Here we have the name Harry. Carry. We change the Y to an I and add ED to turn carry into carried. Another name, Larry. Arrogant. Here is one of the few words that starts with ARR where we keep the air sound, arrogant. In the rest of these words, the A is going to schwa and say so we have arrest, arrive. Notice in both of these words, the A says and the rest of it we read as it is written. Arrival. AL at the end of a word usually says which I covered in a previous lesson. Arrived. ER at the end of a word or before a consonant says like in her and heard. Now, if you have ERR, then it says err, like error, ferret. We can even add suffixes, ferry, ferries. Notice when we go from the singular ferry, which is a type of boat, and make it plural, the Y becomes an I, and we add ES, ferries. Terror. OR says or. Territory. SH says sh, sherry. Mary. Berry. When we go from one berry to two berries, we change the Y to an I before we add the ES. Berries. CH says ch most of the time. Cherry. Cherries. Another name, Derek. Terrific. Another name, carry. If you found this useful, please leave a comment and let me know.